Marble statues, mighty columns, and golden laurel wreaths, that's the Rome we imagine. But the reality? Not so glamorous. Tonight, let's trade the toga for truth. From noisy streets and filthy public toilets to overcrowded insulae and sleepless nights with neighbors shouting through paper-thin walls, you'll discover why ancient Rome looked majestic, but felt miserable. By the end of night 2, even Caesar would have begged for a refund. If the messy side of majestic empires helps soothe your modern worries, you're exactly where you need to be. Subscribe now and hit the bell icon to keep uncovering the loud, the dirty, and the wonderfully human corners of history, one sleepy laugh at a time. Before we continue, I'd love to know, where are you listening from and what time is it for you right now? It's always amazing to see how far our quiet little stories are reaching. As you lie down to sleep tonight in your comfortable, climate-controlled home with its private bathroom and kitchen, imagine instead trying to rest in a cramped room on the 6th floor of an ancient Roman apartment building. The wooden beams above you creak ominously with every gust of wind. The thin walls do nothing to muffle the sounds of your neighbors, dozens of them packed into the same rickety structure. Through your single small window drifts the pungent cocktail of urban odors, smoke from countless cooking fires, the stench of emptied chamber pots, and the peculiar miasma that hung perpetually over a city of 1 million people without modern sanitation. This was the reality for the vast majority of Rome's inhabitants during the imperial period, 27 BCE, 476 CE. While the wealthy patricians enjoyed their spacious domus with private gardens and running water, ordinary Romans, from laborers to shopkeepers to minor civil servants, made their homes in the insula, the apartment buildings that dominated the cityscape of ancient Rome. The term insula, plural, insulae, literally means island, an apt description for these freestanding multi-story structures that rose like islands amid the city streets. A typical insula occupied an entire city block, rising 5 or 6 stories high, sometimes even higher, until Emperor Augustus imposed a height limit of 70 Roman feet, approximately 20.7 meters, after a series of catastrophic collapses. These buildings were the world's first high-rise apartment complexes, a Roman innovation born of necessity as the city's population swelled during the late Republic and early Empire. By the 1st century CE, Rome had become the first city in history to reach a population of 1 million inhabitants, creating a housing crisis that could only be solved by building upward. The physical structure of an insula would immediately strike you as precarious by modern standards. The foundations and ground floor were typically built of stone or concrete, but upper floors often relied heavily on wooden beams and frameworks infilled with brick or wattle and daub construction. This combination of materials created buildings that were simultaneously substantial enough to rise several stories, yet dangerously vulnerable to fire and structural failure. The ground floor of a typical insula housed shops tabernae, or workshops opening directly onto the street. These commercial spaces were the most desirable rental units in the building, offering convenient access, higher ceilings, and superior ventilation. Shopkeepers often lived in a back room or mezzanine level above their business, creating the ancient equivalent of a live work space. Above the ground floor rose the residential apartments, which followed a clear hierarchy of desirability and cost. The first and second floors contained larger apartments, some with multiple rooms that might be rented by more affluent tenants, such as successful merchants or minor government officials. These better apartments occasionally featured luxuries like private latrines or piped water, though such amenities were rare and expensive. As you climbed higher in the building, both the quality of accommodation and the social status of the inhabitants declined precipitously. The uppermost floors contained the smallest, cheapest rooms, often single chambers no more than 3 by 3 meters, occupied by the urban poor. These rooms were known as cenacula, singular cenaculum, a term that originally meant dining room but came to designate any upper floor apartment. The vertical social stratification of the insula created a microcosm of Roman society within, each building, with relative wealth and status, decreasing with each flight of stairs. This arrangement was the inverse of modern luxury high-rises where penthouses command premium prices. In ancient Rome, the higher you lived, the poorer you likely were. This inverse relationship between height and desirability stemmed from the practical realities of Roman urban life. Without elevators, climbing to upper floors was a daily ordeal, particularly challenging for the elderly or those carrying heavy items. Upper floors were also more vulnerable to collapse, more difficult to evacuate in case of fire, and farther from the public water supplies that fed ground floor fountains. In summer, they became stifling hot under the tile roofs. In winter, they offered minimal protection from the cold. Your daily life in an insula would be dominated by the constant challenge of vertical living without modern conveniences. The absence of running water on upper floors meant carrying every drop you needed up multiple flights of stairs from public fountains or cisterns in the street. After using this precious water for cooking, drinking, or washing, you would then need to carry the resulting wastewater back down for disposal. The alternative, emptying waste containers directly from windows, was technically prohibited, but common enough that pedestrians in Rome were wise to walk well away from building facades, especially after dark. The lack of private sanitation facilities meant that chamber pots were a fixture in every apartment. These would need to be emptied regularly, either at public latrines for human waste or in designated dumping areas for other household waste. Some insulae had ground floor latrines connected to sewers, but these served only a fraction of the building's inhabitants and were often poorly maintained. Cooking presented another daily challenge. Most cenacula had no proper kitchen facilities, no chimneys, no vents, not even designated cooking areas. Residents typically used portable braziers for heating and cooking, balancing these fire-containing vessels on tile floors or stone trivets. The inherent fire risk was compounded by the use of oil lamps for lighting, the prevalence of wooden structural elements, and the absence of any effective firefighting system within the buildings themselves. Fire was the most feared catastrophe in the insula, with good reason. Historical records document numerous devastating fires that swept through Rome's residential districts. Emperor Nero's famous fire in 64 CE destroyed 3 of Rome's 14 districts completely and severely damaged 7 more, leaving only 4 unharmed. While conspiracy theories about Nero's involvement persist, the practical reality was that Rome's insulae created perfect conditions for catastrophic fires, densely packed wooden structures filled with open flames for cooking and heating. The risk of structural collapse posed another constant danger. Ancient writers record numerous incidents of insulae simply falling down, sometimes killing hundreds of inhabitants. The Roman architect Vitruvius complained about contractors who used inadequate materials and rushed construction methods, leading to buildings he described as standing not solid but liable daily to fall. Emperor Augustus and subsequent rulers imposed building regulations in attempts to address these dangers, but enforcement was inconsistent at best. Beyond these physical hazards, daily life in an insula involved navigating complex social dynamics. With dozens of neighbors in extremely close proximity, privacy was virtually non-existent. The thin walls and floors transmitted every sound, from arguments to intimate moments to the crying of babies. The Roman poet Juvenal complained bitterly about the impossibility of sleep in Rome's apartment. Buildings where the wagons, thundering past through the narrow, twisting streets, combined with the swearing of drovers caught in a traffic jam to create a constant din. Your neighbours in an insula would represent a cross-section of Romany society, shopkeepers, artisans, labourers, teachers, prostitutes, and minor civil servants. While the poorest citizens and enslaved persons might be found in the highest, cheapest rooms, the truly destitute lived elsewhere, in makeshift shelters under bridges or staircases, in the recesses of public buildings, or in flimsy structures in the city's less desirable districts. The legal framework governing your residence would offer little security. Most insulae were owned by wealthy investors from the equestrian or senatorial classes who employed building managers, insularii, to collect rents and handle day-to-day operations. Rental agreements typically ran for 1 year, paid in quarterly installments with no guarantee of renewal or protection against arbitrary rent increases. Eviction could occur with minimal notice, and tenants had few legal recourses for addressing problems with their accommodations. The rental market in ancient Rome was ruthlessly competitive, with demand perpetually exceeding supply. Rents consumed a substantial portion of a working Roman's income. Cicero estimated that the urban poor might spend up to 15,000 sesterces annually on housing, when a legionary soldier earned only 900 sesterces per year. This economic pressure forced many to share small apartments among multiple families or individuals, further exacerbating the cramped conditions. The physical dimensions of your living space would be shockingly inadequate by modern standards. A typical upper-floor cenaculum might measure only 3 by 3 meters, about the size of a modern bathroom, yet house an entire family. Furnishings would be minimal, perhaps a simple bed or sleeping mat, a small table, a couple of stools, storage, chests for clothing and possessions, and the essential cooking brazier and chamber pot. Many items served multiple purposes. The dining table might become a workbench during the day, and sleeping areas might be repurposed for daytime activities. Despite these challenges, the insulae housed the overwhelming majority of Rome's population throughout the imperial period. Archaeological evidence from Ostia, Rome's port city, which preserves better examples of insulae than Rome itself, suggests that architects and builders gradually developed improved construction techniques, including better use of concrete and more sophisticated floor plans. Some later insulae included internal courtyards, improved water access, and more standardized room layouts. The experience of apartment living varied considerably depending on your financial resources. A moderately successful merchant might afford a spacious first-floor apartment with multiple rooms, separated spaces for cooking and sleeping, and perhaps even basic amenities like a private latrine. Such accommodations might even approach the comfort level of modest homes in modern developing nations, albeit without electricity or running water. For the majority of residents, however, insular life meant constant adaptation to challenging circumstances. Families developed elaborate systems for managing the logistics of water hauling, waste disposal, and food preparation within extremely constrained spaces. Common areas like staircases and landings became extensions of private living space used for tasks that couldn't be accommodated within the tiny apartments. Community cooperation emerged as a necessity rather than a virtue. Neighbors shared resources, watched each other's children, and established informal systems for managing shared challenges. The sensory experience of insular living would overwhelm modern sensibilities. Beyond the constant noise and odors already mentioned, the visual landscape of a typical apartment would be surprisingly colorful. Even modest cenacula often featured painted walls in vibrant hues, reds, yellows, blues, with simple decorative patterns. These weren't luxury frescoes like those found in wealthy homes, but rather basic decorative treatments that added visual interest to otherwise austere spaces. Light would be scarce, filtering through small windows or provided by smoky oil lamps. that cast flickering shadows across these colourful walls. Your daily rhythm in an insula would be governed by natural light and the broader patterns of urban Roman life. You would rise at dawn, perhaps joining the early morning line at the neighbourhood fountain to collect water before the day's heat made the task more arduous. If you were a tradesperson or labourer, you would leave for work as shops opened and construction sites became active. Those employed in domestic service might depart even earlier to help wealthy households prepare for the day. Children from insular apartments would spill into streets and public spaces, playing in the shadow of temples and monuments or running errands for parents. Unlike modern apartment-dwelling children, they wouldn't be confined to designated playgrounds or supervised indoor activities. The city itself became their playground, with all its attendant dangers and opportunities. Evening would bring different challenges. As natural light faded, the expense of oil for lamps meant that many poor families simply adapted to darkness rather than illuminating their homes throughout the evening. Cooking the day's main meal, typically a simple porridge of grains and vegetables, perhaps supplemented with small amounts of cheese, eggs, or occasional meat, would be accomplished on braziers as family members returned from their various daily activities. The ever-present fire risk reached its peak during these evening hours when hundreds of cooking fires burned simultaneously throughout each insula. Sleeping arrangements in a single-room cenaculum required creative use of limited space. A family might share a single bed or sleeping platform with children arranged around parents and perhaps extended family members as well. Some apartments featured sleeping lofts accessed by ladders, creating minimal separation between sleeping and living areas. Others simply rearranged furnishings each night, converting daytime living space into sleeping quarters with rolled-out mats or simple pallets. As you try to sleep in your imaginary insular apartment, countless disturbances would interrupt your rest. The perpetual urban noise that Juvenal complained about, "the sick man dies sleepless," would continue well into the night. Large wagons, banned from Rome's streets during daylight hours due to congestion, rumbled through after dark, delivering goods to markets and shops. Revelers returning from taverns, night workers beginning their shifts crying babies in neighbouring apartments, and the general sounds of hundreds of people living in close proximity would create a constant sonic backdrop. Security concerns added another layer of anxiety to insular life. Most apartments had simple doors with basic locking mechanisms that offered limited protection against determined intruders. Theft was common enough that residents developed various strategies for safeguarding valuables, from concealment to entrusting items to temples or more secure locations. The narrow, often poorly lit staircases of insula created perfect opportunities for robbery or assault, particularly in buildings lacking dedicated doorkeepers to monitor comings and goings. Despite Emperor Augustus establishing the vigiles, combined firefighting and night watch force, criminality remained a significant concern in residential areas. The satirist Juvenal warned about the dangers of walking Rome's streets after dark, when you risk being beaten if you're lucky, but possibly murdered if you encounter determined robbers. For insular residents returning home late, the journey up dark staircases to their apartments added an additional gauntlet to run. The physical, social, and psychological challenges of insular living were not distributed equally across Roman society. Your experience would vary dramatically based on factors like wealth, occupation, family size, and social connections. A skilled artisan earning a decent income might secure a comfortable second-floor apartment with multiple rooms, while an unskilled labourer might share a tiny top-floor room with several others. A family with connections to their building's owner might receive preferential treatment regarding repairs or rent increases, while those without such advantages remained perpetually vulnerable to exploitation. As you contemplate the realities of life in Rome's ancient apartment buildings, consider the remarkable adaptability of the human spirit that allowed hundreds of thousands of people to create functional lives within such challenging circumstances. The insulae, for all their hazards and discomforts, represented an innovative solution to the unprecedented challenge of housing 1 million people in an ancient city. They established patterns of urban living that would influence apartment development for centuries to come, even as their specific limitations reflected the technological and social constraints of their era. Yet questions remain about how individuals coped with the daily stresses of this environment. How did families maintain privacy for intimate moments in single-room dwellings with paper-thin walls? What social mechanisms evolved to manage conflicts between neighbors in such close quarters? And perhaps most intriguingly, how did the physical realities of insular living shape the psychology and outlook of the urban Romans who called these precarious towers home? The answers to these questions reveal much about both the resilience of ancient Romans and the fundamental human capacity to adapt to even the most challenging living conditions. Dawn breaks over the city of Rome, its first light illuminating the uneven skyline of insulae that stretches across the 7 hills. As the sun climbs higher, it reveals a city already in motion. From your upper-floor apartment, you observe the streets below gradually filling with people, each pursuing their daily survival in the complex ecosystem of the ancient metropolis. For you and your fellow insular residents, a new day of challenges begins. The first and most immediate challenge that greets you is water procurement. Unlike the wealthy homes on the Palatine Hill with their private water connections, your insula relies on public fountains and basins fed by the city's aqueducts. Rome's impressive water system delivered approximately 1 million cubic meters of water daily throughout the city, but the distribution was profoundly unequal. While public baths and the homes of the elite received abundant supplies, ordinary neighborhoods made do with intermittent access through public fountains. Your morning routine begins with the water queue. Descending 5 flights of narrow stairs with empty buckets or amphorae, you join dozens of other residents at the nearest fountain. The social hierarchy of the neighborhood reveals itself in these daily gatherings. Slaves or servants sent from wealthier households might arrive with multiple containers and claims of priority. Long-time residents know the patterns of water flow, which hours offer the strongest pressure, which fountains are least crowded, which attendants might be bribed for preferential access. The water you collect must serve all your daily needs: drinking, cooking, minimal bathing, cleaning, and every drop must be carried up those same stairs you descended. A typical family of 4 might require 20-30 liters daily for basic needs, translating to multiple trips up and down the insula's treacherous staircases. This water logistics operation consumes significant time and energy, particularly for women, who bore primary responsibility for household management in most Roman families. Once you've secured your water supply for the morning, attention turns to food. Unlike modern apartments with refrigeration, your insular dwelling has no effective food storage capabilities. Perishable foods spoil quickly, particularly in Rome's hot summers. This necessity creates another daily ritual: the morning market visit. The city's various food markets, the Forum Holitorium for vegetables, the Macellum for meat and fish, neighborhood bakeries for bread, become essential destinations for daily provisioning. Your food purchasing power would be limited by both economics and practicality. Most insular residents lacked cooking facilities for elaborate meals, so simpler foods predominated. Bread formed the staple of the Roman diet, supplemented by porridge, cheese, vegetables, fruits, and small amounts of fish or meat when affordable. Many residents simply purchased ready-prepared foods from Thermopolia, ancient fast food establishments that dotted Roman streets, offering hot meals from large counter jars to those lacking cooking facilities, or time to prepare meals. For those who did cook in their apartments, the process involved considerable risk and ingenuity. Your cooking setup might consist of a portable terracotta brazier, a few pots, and perhaps a tripod for supporting vessels above the coals. With no chimney or ventilation system, cooking filled your small apartment with smoke that escaped only gradually through windows or doors. The ever-present fire risk meant constant vigilance. A moment's inattention could transform a cooking fire into a building-wide catastrophe. The challenge of waste disposal matched that of water procurement in its daily urgency. Your apartment's chamber pot required regular emptying, a task governed by both practicality and social norms. Proper disposal meant carrying waste down to street-level public latrines connected to Rome's sewer system or to designated dumping areas on the city's periphery. The infamous alternative, emptying waste directly from windows, occurred often enough that it became a standard joke in Roman comedy, despite laws prohibiting the practice and imposing fines on violators. Beyond these basic survival tasks, your day might take various directions depending on your occupation and social status. If you were among the approximately 30–40% of Rome's population who were enslaved, you might leave to attend your assigned duties in a wealthy household, workshop, or public facility. If you were a free artisan or laborer, you would head to your workshop or seek daily employment at one of the city's construction sites or loading docks. If you operated a taberna on the ground floor of your own or another insula, you would open your shop and prepare for the day's business. For women living in insula, daily life centered on household management, child rearing, and income generating, activities that could be performed alongside these responsibilities. Many engaged in textile work, spinning, weaving, or sewing that could be done within the apartment while supervising children. Others operated small retail businesses, sold home-prepared foods, or worked as washerwomen, taking in laundry from more affluent households. Unlike elite Roman women who were expected to focus exclusively on domestic matters, lower-class women routinely combined economic and household responsibilities out of necessity. Children experienced insular life differently from adults, with the city itself becoming their classroom and playground. Formal education was available only to those whose parents could afford to pay teachers, so many children from apartment dwellings received only basic instruction in literacy and numeracy, if any. Instead, they learned by participating in family work, running errands, and absorbing the practical knowledge needed for urban survival. From an early age, they contributed to household tasks like water carrying, market shopping, and waste disposal. The physical environment of the insula shaped child development in distinctive ways. Unlike modern children raised in safety-optimized environments, children in Roman apartments navigated significant daily hazards, open cooking fires, steep staircases, overcrowded streets, and the general dangers of urban life. This environment fostered early independence and risk assessment skills, but also contributed to high childhood mortality rates. Archaeological evidence from Roman burial sites indicates that approximately 50% of children died before reaching age 10, with accidents in and around the home contributing significantly to these statistics. The afternoon brought its own rhythm to insular life. Many businesses closed during the hottest hours, following the Mediterranean pattern still observed in regions with intense summer heat. For those who could afford the small entrance fee, usually 1/4 of an aes, the smallest Roman coin, public baths offered respite from both the heat and the limited washing facilities of apartment living. Rome boasted hundreds of public baths ranging from enormous imperial complexes like the baths of Caracalla to small neighborhood establishments that might accommodate only a few dozen bathers at a time. For poorer residents, bathing might be a weekly rather than daily activity, with simple sponge bathing at home filling the gaps between bath visits. The social aspect of public bathing held particular importance for apartment dwellers, offering the space and facilities entirely absent from their cramped domestic environments. In the baths, you could stretch out, exercise, socialize, and momentarily escape the confines of your cenaculum, all while achieving a level of cleanliness impossible within your water-limited apartment. The return to your apartment in the late afternoon would bring the day's second major cooking and eating time. The cena, dinner, represented the principal meal for most Romans, though its elaborateness varied dramatically by social class. While wealthy Romans hosted elaborate multi-course affairs with exotic ingredients, your insular meal might consist of lentil stew, bread, cheese, and seasonal vegetables, perhaps with small portions of fish or meat on special occasions. The logistics of this meal highlighted the limitations of apartment living. Without tables, chairs, or dedicated dining spaces, families adapted creatively. You might eat sitting on your bed, perched on a storage chest, or gathered around a small folding table. Meals served as rare opportunities for family members to gather and connect after pursuing separate activities throughout the day. This social function of dining remained important across all social classes in Roman society, though the settings differed dramatically between elite triclinia dining rooms and humble insular apartments. Evening in the insula brought a gradual transition from activity to rest, governed primarily by natural light. Oil lamps provided artificial illumination, but at significant cost. Olive oil represented a substantial expense for ordinary households. Many families simply adapted to darkness as the sun set, completing necessary tasks during daylight hours, and limiting evening activities to conserve precious lamp oil. This pattern created a distinctive evening soundscape in the insula as residents settled into conversation, storytelling, or simply rest after the day's labors. The challenges of insular living extended beyond these daily logistics to encompass a complex social ecosystem. Your relationship with key figures in the building directly impacted your quality of life. The insularius, building manager, controlled critical aspects of your living situation: rent collection, basic maintenance, mediation of tenant disputes, and communication with the often absent building owner. Cultivating a positive relationship with this figure through prompt rent payment, small gifts, or other favors could mean the difference between prompt repairs when problems arose and indefinite neglect. Similarly, relationships with neighbors carried outsized importance in an environment where privacy was minimal and resource sharing often necessary. The thin walls separating apartments meant that conflicts over noise, odors, or other disturbances could escalate quickly. Roman legal sources document numerous cases involving disputes between apartment dwellers, from complaints about water leakage from upper floors to conflicts over inappropriate waste disposal. Without modern concepts of noise ordinances or tenant rights, these situations were generally resolved through social pressure, informal community standards, or the intervention of the insularius rather than formal legal proceedings. Cooperative arrangements emerged naturally in this environment. Neighbors might share childcare responsibilities, take turns with water collection, or pool resources for lamp oil or cooking fuel. Evidence suggests that insular residents often formed micro-communities within their buildings, particularly among those who remained in place for multiple years. These social networks provided crucial support systems that helped mitigate the physical challenges of apartment living. The insula's role as a microcosm of urban Roman society created unique dynamics between occupants of different floors. While modern apartment buildings might foster little interaction between residents of different units, the shared staircases, limited water sources, and common challenges of insular life necessitated regular contact across social strata. The moderately successful merchant from the second floor inevitably encountered the day laborers from the sixth floor at the water fountain, creating relationships that crossed occupational and sometimes status boundaries in ways uncommon in other aspects of hierarchical Roman society. However, these relationships existed within the context of Rome's strict social hierarchy. The fundamental divisions of Roman society between enslaved and free, citizen and non-citizen, rich and poor, remained intact within the insular community. An enslaved person carrying water for their master's apartment still occupied a different legal and social category from the free artisan living on the same floor, despite sharing many of the same daily challenges. The insula reflected Rome's broader social complexity, with status determined by a combination of legal standing, occupation, wealth, and family background, rather than simply by address. Health concerns presented another significant challenge for insular dwellers. The combination of overcrowding, limited sanitation, poor ventilation, and food storage difficulties created ideal conditions for disease transmission. Gastrointestinal illnesses spread rapidly through buildings with shared water sources and inadequate waste disposal. Respiratory problems flourished in smoke-filled apartments where cooking fires burned without proper ventilation. Parasitic infections transmitted through contaminated food and water affected large segments of the urban population. Archaeological evidence from Roman skeletal remains reveals the physical toll of urban living conditions. Compared to rural populations, urban Romans show higher rates of respiratory diseases, dental problems associated with poor nutrition, and stress markers indicating frequent periods of illness or malnutrition. These patterns appear most strongly in remains associated with lower socioeconomic status, suggesting that insular residents bore a disproportionate burden of urban health challenges. Medical care for insular residents varied widely based on resources. While wealthy Romans maintained personal physicians among their household staff, ordinary apartment dwellers relied on a combination of self-treatment, folk remedies, religious healing practices, and occasional visits to public physicians. Some medical practitioners operated from tabernae, offering services ranging from wound treatment to basic surgery, while religious healing centered on temples to Asclepius and other health-associated deities. For minor illnesses, families relied on traditional remedies passed down through generations, often incorporating locally available herbs and materials. Mental health challenges in the insular environment, though not recognized as such by Romans, must have been significant. The constant noise, lack of privacy, physical crowding, and ever-present hazards created conditions that modern research associates with increased stress and psychological distress. Roman sources occasionally reference the mental strain of urban living. Seneca advised his friend Lucilius that a change of place, away from Rome's crowds and noise, was necessary for proper reflection and mental calm, but the specific psychological impact of insular living received little explicit attention in ancient writings. Despite these manifold challenges, insular communities demonstrated remarkable resilience. Evidence from graffiti, tomb inscriptions, and legal documents suggests that many residents maintained strong social bonds, religious practices, and cultural traditions despite their challenging living conditions. The apartments themselves, though cramped, often show evidence of personalization and decoration according to the occupants' means: painted walls, simple floor coverings, modest shrines to household deities, and small personal possessions that transformed institutional spaces into homes. Religious practices helped structure daily life and create meaning within the challenging insular environment. Most apartments contained a lararium, a small shrine, dedicated to the household gods, Lares and Penates, and the genius, guardian spirit, of the family. Daily offerings at these shrines, usually consisting of food morsels, wine, or flowers, provided a consistent spiritual practice that helped define the living space as home despite its limitations. Even the smallest sonacula typically included some form of such shrine, indicating the central importance of these domestic religious practices across social classes. Beyond these household rituals, insular dwellers participated in the broader, religious life of the city. Neighborhood shrines and temples provided gathering spaces for communal worship and celebration of festivals that punctuated the Roman calendar. These religious observances offered opportunities to temporarily escape the confines of apartment living, with public feasts, processions, and ceremonies creating a sense of connection to the larger urban community and its traditions. The social and professional associations known as collegia also played important roles in the lives of many insular residents. These organizations, structured around shared occupations, geographical origins, or religious practices, provided financial support for funerals, opportunities for socialization beyond the cramped apartment environment, and channels for addressing collective concerns. Membership in a collegia could significantly improve quality of life by extending social networks beyond the immediate neighborhood and providing access to resources unavailable to individuals. Entertainment offered another escape from the challenges of insular living. Rome's famous public spectacles, gladiatorial games, chariot races, theatrical performances were accessible to citizens across the social spectrum, though seating arrangements reflected status distinctions. For ordinary Romans, these events provided rare opportunities to experience spacious, purpose-built environments that contrasted dramatically with their cramped daily surroundings. The Circus Maximus could accommodate approximately 150,000 spectators, allowing a significant proportion of the city's population to share communal entertainment experiences despite their disparate living conditions. Less formal entertainment took place closer to home. The popinae, taverns, and corponae, inns, that dotted Rome's neighborhoods offered spaces for socializing, gambling, and occasional performances by musicians or storytellers. For male residents particularly, these establishments provided an alternative to the confined apartment environment, though moral writers like Juvenal criticized them as sites of vice and dissipation. Archaeological evidence from Pompeii and Herculaneum suggests these establishments were numerous and well patronized, indicating their important social function in urban neighborhoods. The physical constraints of insular living fostered creative adaptations in daily life patterns. With limited space for possessions, residents developed minimalist approaches to material goods long before such concepts became philosophical choices rather than necessities. Multi-purpose items were highly valued: furniture that could be reconfigured for different uses throughout the day, vessels that served multiple functions, textiles that provided both warmth and privacy. This pragmatic approach to possessions represented not deprivation, but adaptation to the realities of urban apartment living. Your experience of time in an insula would differ significantly from modern urban living. Without artificial lighting, extending productive hours, your daily schedule would follow natural light patterns more closely. Without mechanical timepieces, you would rely on public time-marking systems, the calling of hours by public slaves, the sounding of trumpets for significant civic events, the opening and closing of public facilities like baths and markets. Your awareness of time would be more communal and less precise than modern urban timekeeping, creating a different relationship to scheduling and punctuality. As evening descends on the insula, you might find yourself on the building's roof, a common space often appropriated by residents seeking fresh air and respite from the confines of their apartments. These rooftop areas served as informal extensions of living space, particularly during summer evenings when the apartments below became unbearably hot. Here, neighbors gathered to socialize, children played in the cooling air, and residents could experience a rare sense of spaciousness within the dense urban environment. From this elevated vantage point, you would observe the city transitioning to night. Lights appear in windows as oil lamps are lit in homes wealthy enough to afford regular evening illumination. The streets below gradually empty of daytime traffic, though certain areas, the entertainment districts, the neighborhoods around the Subura, the port facilities, maintain activity well into the night. The 7 hills, with their monumental temples and public buildings, stand as darker silhouettes against the dimming sky, reminders of the imperial power and religious traditions that structure your world. As you prepare to descend from the roof to your apartment for the night, questions about this precarious existence might occupy your thoughts. How long can buildings constructed with such variable materials and methods survive the stresses of occupation and natural forces? What happens to residents when an insula inevitably succumbs to fire or collapse? And how does the experience of living in these unique vertical communities shape the consciousness and worldview of the urban Romans who call them home? The answers to these questions reveal much about both the pragmatic adaptations and the psychological dimensions of life. In Rome's ancient high-rises, night has fully descended over Rome, and you make your way down from the rooftop to your apartment, navigating the building's uneven staircases by the dim light of a small oil lamp. The flame casts jumping shadows across walls marked by centuries of soot from similar lamps carried by generations of previous residents. As you return to your cenaculum, the unique vulnerabilities of insular life come into sharper focus, particularly the risks that hover between everyday concern and catastrophic potential. Fire represented the most immediate and terrifying threat to insular communities. The combination of wooden structural elements, open flames for cooking and lighting, and densely packed living units created perfect conditions for devastating blazes. Historical records document numerous catastrophic fires throughout Rome's history, from localized building fires that claimed dozens of lives to city-wide conflagrations like the Great Fire under Nero in 64 CE, which destroyed 3 entire districts and severely damaged 7 more. The reality of this threat shaped daily behaviors in ways modern apartment dwellers would find exhausting. Cooking required constant vigilance, with open flames never left unattended. Oil lamps were placed carefully on stable surfaces away from flammable materials and extinguished when not actively needed. Flammable possessions were stored with consideration, for fire risk rather than convenience. These precautions became so ingrained that they formed an unconscious layer of constant risk assessment underlying everyday activities. Despite these precautions, insular fires occurred with alarming frequency. When flames did erupt, the response options were limited by technology and building design. The Roman fire brigade, the vigiles established by Augustus in 6th CE, employed water buckets, vinegar, blankets, and demolition tools rather than high-pressure hoses or modern firefighting equipment. Their primary strategy often involved creating fire breaks by demolishing adjacent structures rather than directly extinguishing advanced blazes. The narrow streets surrounding insulae frequently impeded access for firefighting teams, while the height of buildings made reaching upper floors particularly challenging. For residents, fire evacuation presented life or death decisions made more difficult by the building's physical characteristics. The typical insula had a single central staircase serving all floors, creating a dangerous bottleneck during emergencies. Residents of upper floors faced particularly grim calculations whether to risk the stairs potentially already engulfed in flames or to consider the desperate alternative of window evacuation with minimal prospects of survival. Archaeological evidence from Pompeii and Herculaneum, though preserved by volcanic eruption rather than fire, reveals human remains clustered near exit routes, suggesting similar evacuation challenges during disasters. The frequency of fire events meant that displacement was a common experience for insular dwellers. Whether from actual blazes or preventive demolition to create fire breaks, residents might find themselves suddenly homeless with little warning and minimal opportunity to salvage possessions. Unlike modern disaster response with temporary housing programs and insurance compensation, displaced Romans largely relied on social networks, family, patron-client relationships, professional associations for emergency shelter and rebuilding. Assistance. Structural collapse presented another catastrophic risk that periodically transformed from background anxiety to immediate disaster. Roman writers recorded numerous incidents of insulae simply falling down, sometimes during normal occupation and without apparent warning. The causes varied: substandard construction materials, foundation settling, modification of lower floors that compromised structural integrity, or cumulative damage from vibration and water intrusion. Unlike fire, which at least provided some warning through smoke or visible flames, structural failure could occur instantaneously. The Emperor Augustus attempted to address these dangers by imposing a height limit of 70 Roman feet, approximately 20.7 meters, for new construction, a restriction later reduced to 60 feet, 17.7 meters, by Nero after the Great Fire. These regulations aimed to reduce both collapse risk and fire spread, but enforcement remained inconsistent. Building inspections existed but were hampered by the sheer number of structures requiring oversight and the prevalence of bribery that allowed substandard construction to continue. Alongside these catastrophic risks, insular dwellers faced the constant uncertainty of rental housing in a market with minimal tenant protections. Most rental contracts ran for single-year terms paid in quarterly installments, with no guarantee of renewal or rent stabilization. Landlords could evict tenants at the end of their terms for any reason, including the desire to charge higher rents to new occupants. This precarity created a constant background stress for renters, who might find themselves searching for new housing with little notice in a perpetually tight market. Legal recourse for tenants facing problems was limited by both the formal legal system and practical considerations. While Roman law recognized certain landlord obligations regarding basic habitability, enforcing these rights required navigating a complex legal process inaccessible to many ordinary residents. Additionally, the power imbalance between property owners, often wealthy equestrians or senators with extensive social connections, and ordinary tenants meant that pursuing complaints could result in retribution rather than resolution. Maintenance. Issues presented another ongoing challenge. The responsibility for repairs typically fell to landlords or their appointed managers, but enforcement mechanisms were weak. Water damage from leaking roofs or upper floor spills, crumbling plaster, rotting wooden elements, and broken floor tiles might go unaddressed for extended periods. Tenants sometimes undertook repairs themselves rather than waiting for landlord action, especially for issues that significantly impacted daily comfort or safety. The experience of these various vulnerabilities wasn't distributed equally among insular residents. Your position within the building's vertical hierarchy directly correlated with exposure to major risks. Upper floor residents faced greater danger from fires, which spread upward, longer and more dangerous evacuation routes, more severe consequences from water supply disruptions, and greater likelihood of injury during structural failures. This reality created a risk premium reflected in the lower rents for upper floors, beyond the mere inconvenience of climbing additional stairs. Despite these risks, insulae remained the predominant housing form for ordinary Romans throughout the imperial period, housing an estimated 90% of the city's population. This persistence reflected not satisfaction with the arrangement, but rather the economic and social constraints that limited alternatives in a city of Rome's unprecedented size and density. The demand for housing near employment centers, markets, and urban amenities ensured that insulae, however hazardous, remained fully occupied despite their risks. The environmental impacts of insular living extended beyond individual buildings to shape Rome's entire urban ecosystem. The combination of thousands of cooking fires, workshop furnaces, and heating braziers created a perpetual haze of smoke over the city, particularly in winter months when heating needs increased. Archaeological evidence from ice cores in Greenland shows elevated lead and copper pollution during the height of the Roman Empire, some of which can be attributed to the collective output of urban activities, including the daily cooking and heating of insular communities. Water management represented another citywide challenge deeply connected to insular development. Rome's impressive aqueduct system delivered abundant water to the city, but distribution remained highly unequal. While public fountains provided basic access for ordinary residents, the system privileged the needs of elite homes, public baths, and monumental fountains. During droughts or aqueduct disruptions, access for ordinary neighborhoods might be restricted first, increasing the already significant water procurement burden for insular dwellers. Waste management similarly revealed the environmental challenges of dense urban living. Rome's sewer system, primarily the Cloaca Maxima, served only limited areas of the city effectively, while many neighborhoods relied on more primitive disposal methods. The resulting accumulation of waste in streets and vacant lots contributed to disease spread, unpleasant odors, and periodic public health crises. Emperors periodically initiated street cleaning programs and waste removal efforts, but the sheer volume generated by the city's massive population overwhelmed most systematic approaches. The economic ecosystem surrounding insular life created complex interdependencies throughout Roman society. Property ownership represented a significant investment sector for the wealthy, who might own multiple buildings managed through agents. Construction and maintenance generated employment for thousands of workers of various skill levels, from architects and engineers to day laborers. The daily needs of residents supported myriad small businesses, food vendors, repair specialists, water carriers, waste collectors, creating an economic web that extended throughout the city. This economic reality created situations where those who profited most from insular development, wealthy investors and property owners, experienced none of the building's daily hardships, while those who lived with the risks had minimal power to influence design, construction quality, or operating practices. This disconnect between profit and experience characterized the Roman urban housing market just as it often does in modern cities, with market forces creating building practices that prioritized return on investment over occupant well-being. Over time, certain insulae evolved more livable features through gradual modification and improvement. Archaeological evidence from Ostia shows a trend toward apartments with better internal organization, including specialized spaces for cooking and sleeping rather than completely undifferentiated rooms. Some later examples incorporated interior courtyards that improved ventilation and light penetration while providing communal space for residents. These improvements likely filtered down from higher-end rental properties to more modest buildings as construction techniques evolved and market expectations shifted. The long-term psychological impacts of insular living, while not directly documented in ancient sources, can be inferred from both the physical conditions and modern understanding of environmental psychology. The constant navigation of shared spaces with minimal privacy would have fostered heightened social awareness and adaptation skills. The perpetual background stress of fire risk, structural concerns, and tenure insecurity likely produced psychological coping mechanisms for managing uncertainty. The need to constantly negotiate resources like water and waste disposal would have developed particular forms of cooperation and conflict resolution. These psychological adaptations may help explain certain characteristics noted in Roman sources about urban populations. The capacity for collective action observed during periods of food shortage or political crisis, the complex informal networks that enabled survival during disruptions, and the resilience displayed following disasters all suggest communities that had developed robust social mechanisms for addressing challenges. The insular environment, for all its difficulties, fostered interdependence and collective problem-solving as survival necessities. When considering the historical significance of Rome's insulae, Their role as architectural innovations deserves recognition. These buildings represented the world's first large-scale multi-story apartment developments, solving the unprecedented challenge of housing 1 million residents in an ancient city without modern construction technologies. The basic concept of vertical living with commercial space below and residential units above established an urban pattern that would be repeated in cities worldwide for centuries to come. The social organization within Insula also established patterns that would influence later urban development. The vertical stratification by wealth, with higher status residents occupying lower floors, persisted in European cities until the invention of the elevator reversed this arrangement in the late 19th century. The mixed-use integration of commercial and residential spaces within a single building structure remains a core feature of vibrant urban neighborhoods in the 21st century, despite a period of functional separation during much of the 20th century. The decline of Rome's insulae paralleled the empire's broader transformation. As Rome's population decreased during the late imperial period and following the Western Empire's collapse, many insulae were abandoned or repurposed. Some were quarried for building materials, others collapsed and were built over, while a few were converted to different uses or incorporated into defensive structures during the medieval period. By the early Middle Ages, Rome's population had fallen to perhaps 30,000 from over 1 million at its peak, and the dense vertical cityscape of the imperial period had given way to a more dispersed pattern with cultivated areas between clusters of occupation. Archaeological investigation continues to uncover new information about insular living conditions and development. Recent excavations at sites in Rome, and especially in better preserved Ostia, have revealed more sophisticated construction techniques than previously recognized, including concrete vaulting, integrated water distribution systems in some buildings, and evidence of adaptive reuse over time. These findings suggest that while insular living presented significant challenges, Roman architectural and engineering skills continued to address some of these challenges through incremental innovation. For you as an insular resident, however, these long-term historical perspectives would hold little relevance compared to the immediate realities of daily survival. The constant negotiation of physical constraints, environmental hazards, and social dynamics within the building would have shaped your worldview and behavioral patterns in ways that transcended conscious awareness. The insula wasn't merely where you lived. It structured how you lived, forming habits and expectations that defined your existence in Rome's vertical city. As you settle into your apartment for the night, the sounds of the building surround you. Footsteps on the stairs, muffled. Conversations through walls, the occasional cry of a child, the creaking of wooden supports, adjusting to temperature changes. These auditory reminders of community persist even as visual privacy increases with darkness. Your awareness of being part of a larger living organism, the insula with its dozens or even hundreds of inhabitants, never fully disappears, creating a distinctive consciousness quite different from modern expectations of home as sanctuary and shelter from social demands. Sleep in this environment would be regularly interrupted by the sounds of the building and the broader city. The Roman night was not silent. Movement continued on streets below, with delivery wagons rumbling over paving stones during hours they were banned from daylight operation. Fellow residents returned from evening activities or departed for night work. The building itself contributed its own nocturnal symphony of settling materials, wind effects on loose roof tiles, and the unpredictable sounds of a structure housing countless human activities. This constant ambient awareness exemplifies the fundamental difference between insular living and modern expectations of residential environments, where contemporary housing in developed nations typically emphasizes separation from neighbors and control over one's immediate environment. The insula immersed residents in a continuous communal experience with minimal boundaries between individual and collective. This immersion wasn't a lifestyle choice, but a practical reality of urban life in the ancient world's first true metropolis. The physical, social, and psychological adaptations required by this environment demonstrate human resilience and adaptability. Without modern concepts of building codes, tenant rights, or public health guidelines, insular communities developed practical solutions to the challenges of vertical urban living. These adaptations emerged organically from necessity rather than through formal systems, creating functional, if imperfect, approaches to issues that continue to challenge urban planners today: density, safety, resource distribution, and community cohesion. The legacy of Rome's insula extends beyond their architectural innovation to these social adaptations. The practices developed for managing shared resources, resolving conflicts in close quarters, and creating community within vertical structures established precedents for urban apartment living that would be rediscovered and reinvented in later historical periods. As modern cities increasingly embrace density as a sustainability strategy, the social lessons of Rome's first vertical communities offer relevant historical perspective. For individual residents, the insular experience varied dramatically based on their specific circumstances, resources, and social connections. A skilled craftsman with a second-floor apartment, good relations with the building manager, and membership in a supportive collegium might find the arrangement challenging but manageable. A recent migrant to Rome with no social network, living in a top-floor room with 3 others and working as a day laborer, would experience the same physical environment as a much more precarious and difficult situation. This variation in experience underlies a crucial point about life in Rome's insulae. They were neither uniformly dreadful nor surprisingly comfortable, but rather represented a spectrum of conditions within constraints unfamiliar to modern apartment dwellers. The most comfortably appointed insular apartment would still lack running water, effective heating, and proper sanitation by contemporary standards. The most basic cenaculum would still provide shelter and community connections unattainable for Rome's truly destitute population living in makeshift arrangements outside the formal housing system. As Rome's population declined in late antiquity, the maintenance and occupancy of insulae shifted accordingly. Some buildings were abandoned entirely, others partially occupied with vacant upper floors, and some subdivided or repurposed for new functions. Archaeological evidence from this period shows attempts to reinforce aging structures, modifications to create more defensible living arrangements, and adaptations reflecting changed economic circumstances. These transitions paralleled broader changes in Roman urban life as the Western Empire's political and economic structures underwent fundamental transformation. The final dissolution of the insula as Rome's predominant housing form occurred gradually, rather than catastrophically, mirroring the city's overall transition from imperial capital to medieval ecclesiastical center. As population decreased and security concerns increased, many Romans relocated within the protective walls of repurposed public buildings or clustered around major churches and fortifications. The vertical city of the imperial period gave way to a more horizontal and dispersed pattern, with garden plots and even agricultural fields appearing within the ancient walls. By the medieval period, Rome's population had stabilized at approximately 30,000, compared to its imperial peak of over 1 million. This dramatic reduction eliminated the population pressure that had necessitated the development of insulae in the first place. While multi-story buildings continued to exist, they typically housed fewer residents in different configurations than their imperial predecessors. The distinctive urban form that had defined Rome for centuries had essentially disappeared, though its archaeological footprint remained buried beneath later developments. Modern archaeological techniques continue to reveal new information about daily life in Rome's insula, offering increasingly detailed insights into these remarkable structures and their inhabitants. Ground-penetrating radar, laser scanning, and advanced dating methods allow researchers to document previously inaccessible remains and establish more precise chronologies for building development. These investigations enhance our understanding of both the physical structures and the human experiences they contained. As we contemplate Rome's insulae from a contemporary perspective, their study offers valuable insights for modern urban challenges. The environmental impacts of dense urban living, the social dynamics of vertical communities, the relationship between housing conditions and public health, and the balance between market forces and resident well-being all remain relevant concerns. For 21st century cities facing population growth and housing affordability crises, Rome's experiences with these issues, though situated in an entirely different technological and social context, provide historical perspective on problems that persist in modified forms. The insular experience ultimately represents a remarkable chapter in the history of human adaptation to urban environments. Without modern technology, regulatory frameworks, or scientific understanding of health and safety principles, Rome developed a functional, if imperfect, solution to the unprecedented challenge of housing 1 million people in an ancient city. The residents of these buildings demonstrated extraordinary resilience in navigating physical dangers, resource limitations, and complex social dynamics to create functioning communities within structures that would be considered uninhabitable by contemporary standards. As you drift towards sleep in your imagined insular apartment, consider how this historical experience connects to broader questions about human adaptability and the relationship between built environments and social structures. How do physical living conditions shape community formation and individual psychology? What threshold of hardship prompts people to seek alternatives rather than adapt to challenging circumstances? And what can Rome's vertical city teach us about the fundamental human capacity to create home and community even within the most constrained physical environments? The answers to these questions transcend the specific historical context of Rome's insulae to address universal aspects of the human experience in urban settings. They remind us that while material conditions matter profoundly, the human capacity for adaptation and meaning-making allows functional communities to emerge even in environments that appear almost uninhabitable when viewed through the lens of modern expectations. This tension between material constraints and social resilience defined life in Rome's ancient high-rises and continues to shape urban experiences in cities worldwide. You awaken before dawn in your modest domus in one of Rome's residential districts. Though your home is far from palatial, it marks you as a member of Rome's middle ranks, not among the senatorial elite, but a solid equestrian, a man of sufficient property to be respectable. As a Roman citizen of this status, your days are not spent in manual labor or craft. Instead, you face something potentially more exhausting, the complex web of social obligations that structures Roman society during the early imperial period, around 75 CE, during the reign of Emperor Vespasian. Outside your sleeping chamber, the household already stirs in the darkness. Your domestic slaves move quietly through familiar tasks, lighting oil lamps, stoking the hearth fire, preparing a simple breakfast, and laying out your toga. One slave stands ready with a basin of water for your morning ablutions. Unlike the elaborate bathing that will come later at the public baths, this is a perfunctory washing of face and hands to prepare you for the day ahead. You dress carefully, though not yet in your toga. That cumbersome garment will come later, but first you must prepare to receive your clients in the atrium of your home. The tunic you don is of good quality wool, signaling your status without ostentation. As you adjust its folds, your nomenclator, a slave specifically tasked with remembering names and faces, approaches with a wax tablet containing notes about the clients likely to appear this morning and any matters they might raise. This preparation is essential as appearing to remember personal details about each client demonstrates your attentiveness as a patron. By the time you enter your atrium, the formal reception area, near the entrance of your domus, the sky outside is just beginning to lighten. Your household slaves have arranged a simple wooden chair for you, positioned to create the appropriate impression of authority without the excessive formality that would seem pretentious for someone of your rank. Before taking your seat, you check that the household shrine has been properly attended with fresh offerings for the day. Maintaining appropriate religious observances is not merely spiritual practice, but an essential aspect of Roman social propriety. Outside your door, the first clients have already begun to gather. The salutatio, this morning ritual of clientage, represents one of the most distinctive and burdensome aspects of Roman social organization. It is a system predicated on asymmetrical relationships binding individuals of different social ranks together through mutual, though unequal, obligations. As a patron, patronus, you provide various forms of support to your clients: clientes, legal advice, financial assistance, business opportunities, political support. In return, they provide you with respect, political support, useful information, and various services according to their abilities. At a signal from you, your doorkeeper admits the waiting clients. They enter according to an unspoken but rigidly observed hierarchy, the most important first, followed by those of progressively lesser status. Your nomenclator whispers each name as they approach, along with key details you should remember. Lucius Caecilius, the wine merchant whose daughter recently married, seeking your support in a contract dispute. You greet each client by name, demonstrating your attention to their individual concerns while maintaining the appropriate social distance. The interactions follow a ritualized pattern. Each client offers the morning greeting, Ave Patrone, and you respond appropriately. Some merely provide this formal acknowledgement of the relationship and depart after a brief exchange. Others have specific matters to discuss: legal problems, business opportunities, requests for letters of introduction, or simply information they believe might interest you. The conversations are efficient but never rushed. Demonstrating haste would suggest these relationships lack importance to you. For nearly 2 hours, this procession continues. You hear complaints about neighboring property disputes, requests for representation in upcoming legal matters, news from the provinces where some clients have business interests, and political gossip from those with connections to other households. Throughout these exchanges, you maintain the careful balance required by your position: authoritative but not arrogant, helpful but not subservient, interested but not intrusive. Each interaction requires mental calculation. This client needs genuine assistance with a legitimate problem. That one is merely maintaining the relationship with nothing specific required. Another is subtly probing for information about your connections to a senior magistrate. Each requires a different response, calibrated to maintain the appropriate relationship while serving your own interests and upholding your reputation as a reliable patron. The mental energy required for these calculations is considerable, yet barely visible to observers. Among today's visitors is a particularly challenging case: a distant relative who has fallen on hard times and seeks financial assistance. His request puts you in a difficult position. Family obligations demand generosity, but his history of poor financial decisions suggests any funds provided might be wasted. You navigate this delicately, offering to speak with a business contact about potential employment rather than providing direct financial support, framing this as a more substantial form of assistance than a one-time gift would be. The relative departs not entirely satisfied but unable to claim you have neglected your obligations. As the salutatio winds down, your final visitor is another patron to whom you yourself are a client, a senator with considerable influence. The relationship demonstrates the hierarchical nature of Roman patronage, where most citizens, except those at the very top and very bottom of society, simultaneously serve as both patrons and clients in different relationships. Your interaction with this senior figure is markedly different from those with your own clients. You show greater deference, listen more than speak, and phrase any requests carefully as opportunities to render service rather than solicitations for assistance. With the morning's salutatio complete, you can finally turn to preparing for the day's main activities in the forum. Now comes the most visible symbol of Roman citizenship and status, the toga. This expansive garment, essentially a large semicircular piece of wool approximately 5.5 meters, 18 feet long, and 2.75 meters, 9 feet wide, requires assistance to don properly. A dedicated slave helps arrange its elaborate folds according to current fashion, neither too elaborate, which would suggest inappropriate luxury, nor too simple, which might indicate carelessness about appearance. The case itself involves technical aspects of property boundaries, a common source of litigation in Roman society. You've prepared by reviewing relevant legal precedents and consulting informally with a jury, consult, legal expert, among your acquaintances. Now you must present these arguments effectively while maintaining the appropriate balance between forceful advocacy and respectful deference to the magistrate overseeing the proceedings. The performance aspect is as important as the legal substance. Your reputation among observers will be influenced by your rhetorical skill, regardless of the outcome. The hearing proceeds with the formulaic exchanges that characterize Roman legal procedure. The praetor has assigned a iudex judge to the case who will make the final determination. Both sides present their arguments according to the established formula for this type of dispute. The process is simultaneously formal in its procedural requirements and surprisingly flexible in allowing wide-ranging arguments and evidence. Throughout, you maintain constant awareness of both legal substance and social impression, as the two are inseparable in Roman advocacy. After nearly 2 hours, the proceedings conclude, though the judge reserves his decision for a later date. The outcome remains uncertain, but you've fulfilled your patronal obligation by providing vigorous representation. Your client expresses gratitude effusively, reinforcing the bond of obligation between you. This public display of the patronage relationship serves both parties, demonstrating your influence and his connection to it. With the legal matter temporarily concluded, you must transition immediately to another obligation. Attendance at a contio public assembly, where an important political announcement is expected. The crowd gathering at the rostra, the raised platform for public addresses, includes citizens from various social ranks. Your position in this gathering reflects your status, close enough to demonstrate your political engagement but not so prominent as to suggest aspirations beyond your station. You position yourself among others of similar rank, acknowledging acquaintances with appropriate greetings. The assembly itself follows predictable patterns. A magistrate presents information about upcoming legislation, military matters, or administrative changes. The crowd responds with conventional expressions of approval or disapproval. The rhetorical exchange operates according to established formulas, with speakers employing familiar techniques to generate desired responses. Though theoretically deliberative, these gatherings under the empire increasingly function as venues for announcing decisions, rather than genuinely debating alternatives. Throughout the assembly, you maintain awareness of those around you and their reactions. Who seems pleased by the announcements? Who appears concerned? These observations provide valuable information about potential shifts in political alignment that might affect your own interests or those of your clients. Simultaneously, you manage your own visible responses to ensure they appropriately balance respect for authority with alignment to your social peers. As the contio concludes, the forum reaches its midday period of peak activity. The winter sun has reached its highest point, providing somewhat warmer temperatures that encourage commerce and social interaction. Had this been summer, the intense heat might have driven many indoors during these hours. The central plaza buzzes with activity, political conversations, commercial negotiations, social exchanges, and constant movement between the various buildings surrounding the space. This period requires perhaps the most intensive social navigation of the day. Without formal appointments, you must manage numerous spontaneous encounters while moving purposefully toward your next obligation. Each interaction follows the same complex calculus observed during your journey to the forum, but now at higher frequency and often with multiple interactions occurring simultaneously in close proximity. The density of social connections visible in the forum provides opportunities but also creates potential for missteps that could damage your reputation. One particularly important spontaneous meeting occurs with a business associate involved in the importation of Spanish olive oil. After customary greetings and brief personal inquiries, the conversation turns to a potential investment opportunity. A recently formed Societas business association seeks additional partners for expanding their trading operations. The discussion quickly moves beyond generalities to specific details, expected rates of return, risk factors, commitment requirements, and other partners already involved. This conversation exemplifies the integration of social and economic relations in Roman society. The business proposition emerges through social connection rather than formal market mechanisms. Your evaluation includes not just economic factors but social considerations. How association with the other partners might affect your status, whether involvement aligns with activities appropriate to your rank, and how the obligation networks connected to this venture might impact other relationships. You promise to consider the opportunity and continue the discussion after consulting with your own financial advisors. As midday transitions toward afternoon, your attention turns to an important social obligation. Attendance at a convivium, formal dinner later today. This upcoming event requires preparation, both practical and strategic. You dispatch your nomenclator to purchase a modest but respectable gift for your host, appropriate to their status and your relationship. Simultaneously, you mentally review what you know about the other likely guests, considering potential conversation topics, sensitive issues to avoid, and opportunities for strengthening beneficial connections. Before you can complete these preparations, however, you encounter another patron to whom you are client, more senior than the one who visited your morning salutatio. This chance meeting cannot be treated as casual. The social obligation to acknowledge the relationship appropriately supersedes whatever other matters you were considering. You approach with the proper degree of deference, greeting him respectfully, and inquiring if there are any matters in which you might be of service. The senior patron mentions an upcoming vote in the Senate regarding regulations affecting provincial trade, a matter with potential implications for your business interests and those of several clients. Though not a senator yourself, you might influence the outcome through your network of connections. The patron suggests, without explicitly demanding, that you activate these connections in support of his position. The request comes couched in language of mutual benefit rather than obligation, but the underlying expectation is clear. This interaction demonstrates the vertical integration of Roman patronage networks. Your senior patron uses his connection to you to extend his influence further through your clients, creating a cascading effect of obligation that reaches multiple levels of society. Your position in this middle tier carries significant responsibility. You must effectively transmit influence downward while maintaining your own relationship upward, all while protecting your personal interests in the outcome. As afternoons advances, the forum begins its gradual transition toward evening activities. The winter daylight will fade relatively early, shifting the nature of the space. Before departing, you have one final formal obligation: a visit to the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill to fulfill a religious vow made previously regarding a successful business venture. This obligation combines religious observance with public demonstration of both piety and commercial success. The temple visit follows established patterns. You provide appropriate offerings, recite the required formulas, and perform the expected rituals. Though your private religious sentiments might be complex and nuanced, the public performance of religion operates according to well-established conventions that demonstrate your adherence to Roman traditions and values. The priests overseeing the temple acknowledge your offerings with the appropriate responses, completing the reciprocal exchange at the heart of Roman religious practice. With your formal forum obligations complete for the day, you might briefly consider stopping at one of the many small shops or food stalls that line the edges of the public spaces. Unlike members of the senatorial elite, whose dignity precludes such casual commercial interactions, your equestrian status allows somewhat greater flexibility in public behavior. However, you remain mindful of maintaining appropriate decorum, avoiding establishments that might undermine your carefully cultivated public image. As you prepare to leave the forum area, your nomenclator reminds you of one final informal obligation, checking on the progress of a building project in which you've invested. This brief detour takes you to the edge of the forum where construction continues on a new commercial building. You speak briefly with the architect and building manager, reviewing progress, addressing a minor issue with material quality, and confirming the expected completion schedule. This interaction demonstrates the hands-on management expected even of passive investors in Roman business ventures. The gradually fading winter light signals it's time to transition to evening activities. You dispatch your nomenclator to ensure preparations are underway at home for your own evening obligations while you make one final stop. The baths. This essential component of Roman daily life serves multiple functions: hygiene, exercise, social interaction, and business connections in an environment more relaxed than the formal forum spaces, but still governed by clear social protocols. As you leave the forum area, you reflect on the morning's activities, dozens of social interactions, each requiring careful calibration of behavior according to relative status and relationship type, legal advocacy demanding both technical knowledge and performative skill, political information, gathering requiring constant attention to both explicit statements and subtle cues, religious obligations combining personal piety with public demonstration, and business matters integrated throughout rather than segregated into dedicated work time. And this represents only half your day, with equally demanding social obligations still to come with the evening's convivium. This complex web of obligations, rather than physical labor, constitutes the real work of a Roman citizen of your status. The mental energy required to navigate these social, legal, political, religious, and economic demands, all operating simultaneously rather than as separate domains, creates a form of exhaustion distinctive to Rome's elite and sub-elite classes. By modern standards, the constant performance of status and relationship maintenance across these interconnected spheres would indeed feel like grounds to rage quit Roman social life, even before considering the evening obligations that still await you. The transition from forum to baths marks not a boundary between public and private life, but rather a shift in the nature of public performance. As you enter the Baths of Titus, one of the newer bathing complexes in Rome, you're immediately enveloped in an environment that combines elements of health club, social club, business center, and cultural venue within a single architectural complex. The gleaming marble, soaring vaults, and elaborate decoration demonstrate the imperial investment in public amenities that simultaneously provide practical services and reinforce state power through architectural magnificence. The bathing ritual follows a standardized sequence designed to progressively cleanse and relax the body. You first enter the apoditerium, changing room, where you remove your toga, that symbol of civic identity that has constrained your movements throughout the day. A trusted slave takes custody of your clothing and valuables, while you transition to a simple loincloth appropriate for the bathing areas. This relative nakedness creates a seeming equality belied by the other status markers that remain visible, the quality of your attendance, your physical condition reflecting lifestyle rather than manual labor, and the subtle communication signals, recognizable to others of your class. The bathing process begins in the tepidarium, warm room, where the moderate heat prepares your body for the more intense warmth to follow. Here, you might receive a light application of oil from a slave or professional attendant, preparing your skin for the cleaning process. The room serves as a transitional space both physically and socially, as conversations typically remain relatively formal and often include continuations of business discussions from the forum. Your progression continues to the caldarium, hot room, where intense heat opens the pores and induces profuse sweating. The combination of high temperature and humidity creates an almost overwhelming sensory experience that forces temporary focus on physical sensation rather than social performance. Yet even here, social awareness remains. You note which senators are present, which business associates are engaged in conversations that might affect your interests, which political groupings seem to be forming in the corners of the vast space. After sufficient time in the caldarium, a slave assists with the application of a strigil, a curved metal implement used to scrape away oil, sweat, and accumulated dirt from the skin. This process serves as both cleaning method and light massage, removing the day's physical accumulations while preparing the muscles for relaxation. For many Romans, this represents the most thorough cleaning they regularly experience, more effective than the limited washing possible in homes without running water. You then move to the frigidarium, cold room, where a surprising transition awaits. After the intense heat of the caldarium, immersion in the cold plunge pool creates a shock to the system believed beneficial for health and circulation. The sudden temperature change forces an involuntary gasp that you try to suppress. Excessive emotional display, even in response to physical stimulus, would appear undignified. The physical invigoration from this hot-cold sequence creates a sensation of renewal and alertness that prepares you for the social interactions to follow. With the primary bathing sequence complete, you might visit other facilities within the bath complex, perhaps the palestra exercise area for light physical activity, the exedrae conversation spaces for more substantive discussions, or areas where poets or philosophers offer public readings and lectures. The baths function as a comprehensive leisure complex, offering multiple activities beyond mere hygiene, creating opportunities for cultural engagement, exercise, and social connection in various formats. It's in one of these conversation spaces that you encounter a potentially valuable connection, a senator recently returned from governing a province where you have business interests. After appropriate greetings acknowledging his superior status, you engage in the delicate dance of information exchange that characterizes Roman networking. You offer some useful political gossip from the forum that morning. He provides insights about provincial attitudes toward new trade regulations. Neither explicitly acknowledges the transactional nature of the conversation, maintaining the fiction that this represents friendly exchange rather than calculated information brokerage. This conversation exemplifies the Roman integration of political, social, and economic spheres. The senator's political position gives him information valuable to your economic interests. Your social and business connections provide him political intelligence useful for his senatorial career. The exchange occurs not through formal channels, but through seemingly casual conversation in a setting designed for relaxation. The bathing context, with its atmosphere of leisure and partial nudity, creates an environment where information can flow more freely than in the formally structured forum. As your time at the baths concludes, you return to the apoditerium, where your slave helps you dress, not in the formal toga required for forum activities, but in the more comfortable but still respectable synthesis, dinner clothes. appropriate for evening social events. The change in clothing marks another transition in the day's social performance, from the formal public representation of the forum to the more intimate but equally rule-governed environment of the convivium. Before departing the baths, you exchange brief farewells with several acquaintances, including a quick but significant interaction with a senior figure heading to the same convivium you'll attend later. This brief exchange, confirming mutual attendance and subtly establishing that you'll both support a mutual friend's proposal at an upcoming meeting, demonstrates how even ostensibly recreational settings serve as venues for continuous social and political coordination. The boundaries between leisure, business, and politics remain permeable throughout all Roman social contexts. As you leave the bath complex, the winter evening has fully descended on Rome. Slaves carrying torches illuminate the paths of the wealthy and their entourages, creating moving islands of light through the darkened streets. Unlike the morning journey to the forum through bustling daylight crowds, this evening transition occurs in a city already shifting toward night rhythms, shops closing, taverns filling, nighttime vendors appearing, and the general character of public space transforming with the changing population occupying it. Your route takes you not directly to the convivium, but first back to your home, where final preparations are needed before attending the evening's social obligation. Upon arrival, you're immediately approached by your steward with several domestic matters requiring attention: a minor dispute between household slaves, a question about upcoming food purchases, and correspondence that arrived during your absence. These administrative matters, though seemingly mundane, form another essential component of your responsibilities as a Roman head of household. The correspondence proves particularly significant. A letter from a contact in Gaul mentioning political developments that might affect provincial administration. This information could provide valuable currency in conversations at the upcoming convivium, potentially strengthening your position as someone with useful connections and knowledge. You instruct your secretary to prepare a response for review tomorrow, after you've had opportunity to leverage this information in tonight's social context. With domestic matters addressed, you turn to preparation for the evening's convivium, to be held at the home of a wealthy equestrian with senatorial connections. A slave assists with refreshing your appearance, adjusting your hair, applying a subtle amount of scented oil appropriate for evening social settings, and ensuring your synthesis is properly arranged. Another prepares the gift you'll present to your host, a modest but high-quality item that demonstrates appropriate generosity without ostentatious display that might suggest attempt to purchase favor. The convivium represents perhaps the most complex social performance in the Roman repertoire, combining elements of hospitality, status display, political alignment, cultural capital, and networking within an event theoretically centered on shared dining. Your preparation must consider multiple factors: your relationship to the host, your relative status among the likely guests, current political sensitivities that might affect conversation, cultural references you should be prepared to recognize, and potential opportunities for advancing personal or client interests through the connections present. As you depart for the convivium, your entourage is smaller than for daytime appearances, perhaps just a single torch-bearing slave to light the way and the attendant carrying your host gift. The reduced entourage reflects the more intimate nature of evening social events compared to daytime public appearances, though still providing the minimum accompaniment necessary to demonstrate appropriate status. To arrive completely unattended would suggest insufficient dignity, while bringing too large a retinue to another's home might appear presumptuous. Upon arrival at your host's domus, you're received by his nomenclator and escorted to the atrium, where guests gather before proceeding to the triclinium, dining room. The pre-dinner reception provides opportunity for initial social sorting. Guests assess the composition of the gathering, Note who receives particular attention from the host and begin forming impressions about the evening's likely dynamics. Your host greets you warmly but briefly before turning to a newly arrived senator, reflecting the relative status differences that will influence all interactions throughout the evening. As you survey the gathering, you quickly identify potentially useful connections: a building contractor whose services might benefit several clients, a minor magistrate with influence over market regulations affecting your business interests, and the son of a prominent family seeking investment opportunities. You also note potential complications. A political rival of your senior patron is present, as is a merchant with whom one of your clients has an ongoing dispute. These observations shape your strategy for the evening's social navigation. Full transition to the triclinium marks the formal beginning of the convivium proper. The arrangement of couches for reclining diners follows hierarchical principles, with positions near the host being most prestigious. Your assignment to a middle-ranking position accurately reflects your status within this gathering, respectable but not among the most honored guests. You exchange brief pleasantries with your couchmates as slaves assist everyone in arranging themselves in the reclining position required by Roman dining etiquette. The meal itself proceeds through multiple courses: gustatio, appetizers; prime, mensae, main courses; and secundae mensae, desserts, each presented with varying degrees of elaboration reflecting the host's wealth and cultural aspirations. The food serves not merely as sustenance, but as manifestation of the host's resources, cosmopolitan connections, and adherence to evolving standards of sophisticated consumption. Rare ingredients, complex preparations, and artistic presentation all contribute to the meal's function as status display. Throughout the meal, conversation flows according to unwritten but clearly understood principles. Topics transition from relatively neutral subjects during earlier courses, recent building projects, literary works, religious festivals, to progressively more substantive matters as the evening advances and wine consumption increases. Political discussions begin obliquely with careful attention to the known affiliations of those present. Business matters arise naturally within conversation rather than as explicit negotiations. Your contribution to these conversations requires careful calibration. You offer observations informed enough to demonstrate education and awareness, but not so specialized as to appear pedantic. You express political opinions aligned with dominant sentiments at the gathering while avoiding unnecessary controversy. You demonstrate familiarity with current cultural references without excessive display of erudition that might seem pretentious for someone of your station. Each contribution considers both content and performative aspects, advancing your interests while maintaining appropriate social positioning. A particularly important exchange occurs during the latter part of the meal, when you're able to share the information from your Gallic correspondent with a senator interested in provincial affairs. You present this intelligence not as deliberate currency, but as a natural part of conversation, allowing its value to be recognized without explicit transactional framing. The senator's evident interest and subsequent introduction to another guest with complementary information creates exactly the network extension you had hoped might develop. As the formal meal concludes, the convivium transitions to its commissatio phase, a period of continued drinking and entertainment that represents the evening's least structured portion. Some guests depart after the meal, particularly older or more conservative participants. Those remaining reconfigure their seating for a more relaxed arrangement as slaves bring additional wine and the evening's entertainment begins, perhaps poetry recitations, music performances, or intellectual games depending on the host's preferences and cultural positioning. This phase provides opportunities for more direct conversations with specific individuals targeted earlier. The relaxed atmosphere, additional wine, and smaller group create conditions for more substantive exchanges than were possible during the formal meal. You engage the building contractor in detailed discussion of an upcoming project. reach preliminary understanding about a potential business collaboration with the young man seeking investment opportunities, and subtly gather information about the market magistrate's thinking on pending regulations. Throughout these interactions, you maintain careful attention to your wine consumption, appearing to participate fully in the conviviality while actually moderating your intake to maintain mental clarity. This balance represents another aspect of Roman social performance, demonstrating appropriate participation in collective activities while preserving the self-control essential for navigating complex social waters. Too much restraint would appear unsociable. Too little would risk compromising your judgment and dignity. As the evening advances, you identify an appropriate moment for departure, late enough to demonstrate proper appreciation for the host's hospitality, but not so late as to appear excessively attached to wine or entertainment unbecoming your dignity. After expressing gratitude to your host with appropriate formality, you take leave of the remaining guests and depart with your slave, who has waited patiently in the household slave quarters during the event. The journey home through darkened streets presents different challenges from daytime travel. Your torch-bearing slave provides essential illumination, but Rome's nighttime thoroughfares contain potential hazards, from simple navigational challenges in the poor light to the risk of encounter with drunken revelers or even criminal elements. Despite the creation of the Vigiles by Augustus as a combined firefighting and night watch force, evening travel remains sufficiently concerning that many Romans prefer to remain where they dined rather than journey home after dark. Upon returning home, you find your household has not been entirely at rest during your absence. Your steward reports on the evening's domestic matters, including the arrival of an urgent message from a client facing unexpected arrest. Though tired from the day's constant social performance, this situation requires immediate attention. You dictate a letter to be delivered at first light to a contact with influence over the relevant magistrate, hoping to secure at least postponement of proceedings until you can intervene more directly. This final administrative task complete, you retire to your sleeping chamber where a slave assists with removing your clothing and performs any personal attendance required before sleep. Unlike the elaborate morning preparations for public appearance, this evening routine focuses on transition to rest, though even here, certain standards of dignified behavior remain in effect despite the seemingly private nature of the space. The boundary between public and private remains permeable in Roman domestic life, with slaves present in even intimate settings. As you finally achieve horizontal repose, your mind likely continues processing the day's complex social interactions, assessing successes and missteps, calculating how connections made might be leveraged tomorrow, considering how to address the client's urgent legal matter, and preparing for the cycle to begin again with tomorrow's salutatio. The mental machinery of Roman social navigation rarely pauses completely, creating a distinctive form of cognitive burden largely unfamiliar to modern experience. This day, filled not with physical labor, but with constant status performance, relationship management, obligation fulfillment, and strategic social positioning, represents a form of work no less demanding for its lack of visible exertion. The cumulative mental energy required to maintain appropriate behavior across multiple social contexts, each with distinct rules and expectations, creates a uniquely Roman form of exhaustion. The absence of clear boundaries between business, politics, social life, and personal time means this performance never fully ceases during waking hours, unlike modern compartmentalization of work and leisure. As sleep approaches, questions about this distinctive social ecosystem might occupy your fading consciousness. How does a social order so dependent on personal relationships and visible performance maintain sufficient stability for effective governance and commerce? What mechanisms prevent the constant calculation of advantage from dissolving into pure self-interest at the expense of collective function? And how do individuals maintain coherent identity amidst the different personas, required by different social contexts throughout a single day? The answers to these questions reveal much about both the resilience and the limitations of Rome's complex social architecture. Morning arrives with disorienting swiftness. Though you've slept, the mental exertion of yesterday's social navigation leaves a residual fatigue distinct from physical exhaustion. Nevertheless, the unyielding schedule of Roman social obligation allows no accommodation for such weariness. Already the household stirs in preparation for another day of status performance and relationship management. Slaves preparing for the salutatio, your steward organizing matters requiring attention, your nomenclator reviewing notes on expected visitors. Before fully engaging this new cycle, you must address the urgent client matter that emerged last night. Your morning routine incorporates additional elements: reviewing the letter you dictated, dispatching a slave to deliver it with appropriate instructions for securing confirmation of receipt, and preparing arguments for potential direct intervention later today. This situation demonstrates the unpredictable nature of patronal obligations, which respect neither personal convenience nor established schedules. The legal jeopardy facing your client involves allegations of contract violation. In a building project, a matter both financially significant and potentially damaging to reputation. Your intervention strategy operates at multiple levels. The letter to a senior contact represents an attempt to secure procedural delay, while your planned personal appearance leverages your status as patron to demonstrate the client's social connections. Simultaneously, you're considering substantive legal arguments based on contract precedents should the matter proceed to formal hearing. This multifaceted response exemplifies how Roman problem-solving operated through relationship networks rather than purely institutional channels. The effectiveness of your intervention depends less on the technical legal merits than on the relative status and connections of the parties involved. Justice emerges not from impartial application of abstract principles, but from the dynamic interaction of competing social influences within loosely structured institutional frameworks. As your morning salutatio begins, the intersection of these personal obligations with broader social responsibilities becomes apparent. Among today's clients are several with interests affected by the trading regulations discussed at yesterday's convivium. Your conversation with the market magistrate provided insights about likely implementation that could benefit these clients, information valuable precisely because it flows through informal social channels rather than official announcements. You share these insights selectively, strengthening patronage bonds through this demonstration of your connected position. The reciprocal nature of these exchanges becomes evident when another client, a minor customs official, provides information about incoming shipments that might interest your business associates. This intelligence flows upward through you to more senior figures, just as regulatory insights flow downward to your clients. Your position in the middle of these information channels adds significant value to your social capital, enhancing your utility to both superiors and subordinates in the relationship hierarchy. With the salutatio complete, your day's trajectory differs from yesterday's forum-centered activities. Today's primary obligations involve attendance at a funeral, a social requirement that demonstrates respect for the deceased and their family while simultaneously reinforcing community bonds. The deceased, a mid-ranking equestrian from your extended social circle, was neither close associate nor direct connection, but your absence would be noted and potentially interpreted as deliberate distancing rather than mere oversight. The funeral procession begins at the deceased's home, where family members perform traditional rituals including formal mourning displays by female relatives and the procession of ancestor masks carried by actors impersonating distinguished family predecessors. These ancestral images, imagines, physically manifest the family's claim to social position through lineage, a fundamental aspect of Roman status demonstration that continues even in death. Your placement within the procession reflects your relationship to the deceased, neither among intimate connections at the front nor distant acquaintances at the rear. As the procession moves through city streets toward the Forum, it serves as mobile social theatre, publicly displaying not only the deceased's importance, but the extent and quality of their connection network. Observers note who participates, their relative status, and their apparent emotional investment. Your presence contributes to this display, adding your social capital to the family's demonstration of connection. Simultaneously, your participation situates you within the community of peers, visibly associating you with collective observance of social obligations. Upon reaching the Forum, the most public portion of the funeral commences with the Laudatio Funebri, funeral oration, delivered by a close family member from the rostra. This speech combines personal eulogy with family history, emphasizing the deceased's contributions to community and connection to distinguished ancestors. The oration follows rhetorical conventions that balance genuine commemoration with strategic family positioning, often including subtle political messaging relevant to current concerns. Throughout these proceedings, your behavior requires the same careful calibration characteristic of all public appearances. You demonstrate appropriate solemnity without excessive emotional display, acknowledge fellow attendees according to relative status, and maintain awareness of factional alignments that might be reflected in the gathering. Even in mourning, the fundamental calculations of Roman social navigation remain operative, though perhaps modulated by the context's solemn nature. The funeral provides unexpected networking opportunities, conversations with several figures you've sought to connect with occur naturally in the gathering following the public ceremonies. These interactions, though necessarily subdued given the context, allow initial relationship establishment that can be developed in future encounters. The Roman integration of social obligation with practical advantage continues even in ostensibly solemn contexts, reflecting the system's remarkable capacity to serve multiple functions simultaneously. As the funeral concludes, you're reminded of your client's legal emergency by the arrival of a slave bearing response to your mourning letter. The news is mixed. Your contact has secured postponement of formal proceedings until tomorrow, but indicates the opposing party has significant support from a prominent senatorial family. This development elevates the situation from routine patronal assistance to potentially challenging conflict between competing influence networks. Your response to this situation demonstrates the Roman approach to conflict resolution through parallel strategies. You dispatch messages to multiple contacts who might influence the situation: a business associate with connection to the opposing family, a fellow client of your senior patron who works within the relevant magistrate's office, and a knowledgeable legal advisor who might identify procedural advantages. Simultaneously, you arrange to meet your client to review the substantive situation in detail. This multi-channel approach reflects how Roman problem-solving operated through relationship activation rather than exclusive reliance on formal procedures. You leverage personal connections, patronage networks, professional expertise, and official channels simultaneously, creating multiple paths toward favorable resolution. This redundant strategy provides protection against individual pathway failure, while demonstrating to your client the value of your social capital, the quintessential asset of the effective patron. The meeting with your client reveals additional complications. The contract dispute involves potential reputational damage beyond financial liability, and evidence suggests the opposing party may have initiated proceedings specifically to pressure concessions in unrelated business matters. This strategic use of legal action for leverage in commercial negotiations exemplifies how formal institutions in Roman society often served as arenas for working out conflicts originating in personal or business relationships. Your advisory role expands beyond technical legal assistance to include reputation management strategy, business negotiation counsel, and potential face-saving compromise structures. This comprehensive approach reflects the Roman integration of legal, commercial, and social considerations within a unified framework of status and relationship management. Unlike modern compartmentalization between legal, business, and personal spheres, the Roman system treats these as inseparable aspects of a single social ecosystem. With a tentative strategy established, you proceed to your next scheduled obligation, attendance, at a private religious ceremony hosted by a business associate's family. Though technically optional, such invitations function as relationship maintenance opportunities that prudent social operators rarely decline without compelling reason. Your participation demonstrates respect for the host family's traditions, while reinforcing connection through shared ritual experience. The ceremony itself, dedication of a household shrine following business success attributed to divine favor, combines genuine religious observance with status display through appropriate performance of traditional rituals. The host has engaged a respected priest to conduct formal portions, demonstrating both piety and resource capacity. The guest list reflects the family's connection network, with composition carefully balanced to include both superior and inferior social contacts, creating visible evidence of the family's embedded position within community hierarchies. Your participation includes appropriate ritual contributions and expressions of support for the family's prosperity. The religious content intertwines with social and economic elements, prayers for continued business success, acknowledgement of divine favor in commercial ventures, and recognition of relationships that contributed to achievements being celebrated. This integration demonstrates how Roman religion functioned not as separate spiritual domain, but as integral component of the social, economic, and political ecosystem. Following the formal ceremony, the gathering transitions to a celebratory meal with less rigid structure than a formal convivium, but similar underlying social dynamics. Conversation groups form according to status alignments, topics remain appropriate to the semi-religious context, and information exchanges occur under the guise of casual social interaction. You circulate strategically, maintaining connections with existing associates while establishing contact with several previously unknown guests who might prove useful to your network. One particularly valuable conversation occurs with a visitor recently returned from Hispania, who provides insights about changing provincial administration that might affect your trading interests there. This information, casually acquired in seemingly social conversation, represents the type of intelligence that gives connected Romans significant advantages in business and political decisions. The value of such knowledge flows derives not from formal information systems, but from the constant exchange of observations and experiences through social networks. As the afternoon progresses, you receive another update regarding your client's legal situation. Your contact in the magistrate's office confirms the postponement but warns that the opposing party has submitted additional documentation strengthening their position. This development necessitates adjustment to your strategy, potentially requiring more direct intervention with the presiding official rather than relying on procedural approaches. The dynamic nature of the situation demonstrates how Roman conflict resolution involved continuous recalibration based on evolving information and relationship activations. Departing the religious celebration, you proceed to a final obligation that bridges personal and professional domains, a meeting with several business associates regarding potential joint investment in expanded warehouse facilities near Ostia. The meeting location, a private dining room at an upscale taberna, represents a space intermediate between formal business settings and purely social venues. This choice reflects the transaction's character as simultaneously economic arrangement and relationship reinforcement. The discussion exemplifies Roman business practice through its integration of personal and financial considerations. Participants evaluate the investment not merely on projected returns but on how involvement might affect relationships with other commercial and political actors. Questions about which officials administer relevant regulations, which labor contractors would handle construction, and which existing facility owners might view the project as competitive, all consider social and political dimensions alongside economic factors. Your contribution to the discussion demonstrates the distinctive value of social capital in Roman business contexts. While some participants offer technical expertise or financial resources, your principal contribution involves relationship connections, access to a senior customs official who might expedite approvals, introduction to investors seeking new opportunities, and intelligence about regulatory changes that might affect port operations. These social assets hold quantifiable value within the Roman business ecosystem, convertible to financial advantage through their strategic deployment. The meeting concludes with preliminary agreement on investment shares, timeline for contribution, and next steps in securing necessary approvals. The arrangement remains somewhat fluid, with final commitment contingent on further relationship, exploration among the parties. This approach reflects the Roman preference for business structures embedded within social relationships rather than defined exclusively by contractual terms, partnerships built on multi-layered connection rather than merely financial association. As evening approaches, you receive word from home that your senior patron has requested your presence at an unexpected gathering being arranged for tonight. Despite fatigue from the day's continuous obligations and concern about your client's pending legal matter, declining this summons represents an unacceptable breach of patronal obligation. You adjust your plans accordingly, dispatching instructions to your household regarding preparations while mentally reorganizing tomorrow's schedule to accommodate the client matter. Before proceeding to this evening obligation, you visit the baths briefly, not for the full sequence experienced yesterday, but for efficient refreshment and preparation for another social performance. This abbreviated bathing demonstrates how even seemingly personal routines become subordinated to social requirements in the Roman system. Physical comfort and personal preference consistently yield to the demands of appropriate status performance and relationship maintenance. The evening gathering at your patron's substantial domus presents a different social dynamic from yesterday's convivium. The event has been arranged with minimal notice, suggesting response to developing situations rather than planned entertainment. The guest list appears carefully constructed to include individuals with specific knowledge or influence relevant to matters of current concern. This instrumental composition indicates a gathering organized for strategic coordination rather than primarily social purposes. Your patron's greeting acknowledges your prompt response to the sudden summons, a small but significant recognition of your reliability as client. The abbreviated explanation offered, concern about potential changes to provincial administration affecting multiple business interests, provides general context, while leaving specific objectives unstated. This approach reflects standard practice in Roman elite communication, where explicit discussion of strategic purposes often remains embedded within ostensibly social interaction. As the gathering unfolds, its true purpose emerges through carefully structured conversations. Your patron is orchestrating coordinated response to proposed policy changes that would affect taxation of provincial imports, changes that would significantly impact various economic interests represented by guests present. The evening functionally serves as political strategy session disguised as social gathering, allowing plausible deniability about organized opposition while enabling practical coordination. Your role in this effort becomes clear when your patron highlights information you shared previously from Gallic and Hispanic contacts. These provincial perspectives provide valuable context for understanding potential regional impacts of the proposed changes, demonstrating your specific value within the patron's network. Your contribution exemplifies how clients served patrons through specialized knowledge, particular connections, and strategic intelligence gathering rather than mere political support. The gathering's outcomes include both general strategy alignment and specific action assignments, approaches to particular senators who might influence the proposal, arguments tailored to different constituencies affected, and coordination of information dissemination through various networks. Your assigned role involves activating your provincial connections to gather additional intelligence about regional impacts and potential local resistance. This political mobilization demonstrates how Roman governance operated through overlapping networks rather than purely institutional channels. The formal decision-making process in the Senate exists alongside and is profoundly influenced by these informal alignment and coordination mechanisms operating through social relationships. Effective political action requires navigating both domains simultaneously, with success determined by skillful integration rather than exclusive focus on either formal procedures or informal influence. As the gathering concludes, your patron requests a brief private conversation. This unusual direct interaction, patrons typically communicate through intermediaries or in group settings rather than individual exchanges, signals the matter's importance. The conversation reveals an unexpected connection between your client's legal problem and broader factional maneuvering related to the policy issues discussed this evening. Your patron offers assistance with the legal matter in exchange for priority attention to the information gathering requested. This exchange perfectly illustrates the transactional nature of Roman patronage despite its presentation through language of mutual obligation and friendship. Your client receives protection through your patron's intervention. You strengthen your position with your patron through valuable service. Your patron advances broader strategic objectives through deployment of network resources. Each participant benefits while maintaining the fiction that self-interest remains secondary to relationship obligations. Your return home in the late evening finds your household still partially active, slaves preparing for tomorrow's obligations, your steward organizing correspondence requiring attention, your secretary completing documentation from the warehouse investment discussion. The domestic sphere functions as operational support center for your public activities, with household members working extended hours to maintain the infrastructure of your social performance. As you review tomorrow's schedule with your steward, the cumulative impact of continuous social obligation becomes apparent. The day will begin with your regular salutatio, followed by direct intervention in your client's legal matter, now supported by your patron's influence. Preparation of provincial information requested at this evening's gathering, attendance at a public ceremony announcing new construction projects relevant to your business interests, and another convivium with different social connections. Each obligation interlocks with others through overlapping relationship networks. This relentless schedule of social performance and relationship management constitutes the core work of a Roman citizen of your status. Unlike modern professional roles with clearer boundaries between work and personal life, the Roman system creates continuous obligation across all domains of existence. Every interaction carries potential consequences for status, influence, and practical advantage, requiring constant attention to impression management and strategic positioning. The psychological impact of this social ecosystem appears in contemporary Roman sources through various manifestations. Seneca's philosophical writings frequently address the mental burden of constant social performance, advocating periodic withdrawal for reflection and self-restoration. Cicero's letters reveal the strain of balancing competing social obligations against personal preferences. Even satirical writers like Juvenal and Martial target the exhaustion and occasional humiliation involved in patronage relationships and status maintenance. For modern individuals accustomed to clearer separation between professional obligation and personal choice, the Roman system would indeed feel suffocating. The absence of meaningful private space, physically, socially, or psychologically, creates few opportunities for authentic self-expression outside carefully managed performance. The constant calculation of advantage, obligation, and appearance across all social contexts creates cognitive load unknown in contemporary experience. Yet this demanding system produced remarkable stability and functionality over centuries, suggesting its burdens came with compensating benefits. The dense network of mutual obligation created resilience against individual misfortune through distributed support mechanisms. The integration of economic, political, and social functions within unified relationship structures reduced transaction costs across domain boundaries. The clear status markers and interaction protocols simplified navigational challenges within an otherwise enormously complex social environment. For those born and socialized within this system, the continuous performance would have seemed not oppressive, but simply the natural state of social existence. The skills required, status assessment, appropriate deference calibration, strategic relationship cultivation, impression management across contexts, would have developed through lifelong practice rather than conscious acquisition. What appears exhausting when viewed from modern perspective was simply the expected condition of citizenship for Romans of middling and upper status. Nevertheless, the Roman historical record contains ample evidence of individuals seeking respite from these demands when circumstances permitted. Wealthy citizens established country villas specifically designed for temporary withdrawal from urban social obligations. Philosophical schools, particularly Stoicism and Epicureanism, developed frameworks for interior detachment even when physical escape was impossible. Religious practices offered ritualized spaces where ordinary status performance might be temporarily suspended. These various escape mechanisms reveal the underlying pressure created by the system's relentless demands. As you prepare for sleep after this second exhausting day of continuous social navigation, consider the distinctive aspects of the Roman system that would indeed prompt modern individuals to rage quit by the second night. The absence of meaningful privacy, with household slaves present even in sleeping chambers. The constant recalibration of behavior according to ever-shifting status calculations. The integration of economic, political, social, and religious obligations into a single demanding performance without clear boundaries between domains. The subordination of personal preference to relationship maintenance across all contexts. The need for perpetual strategic assessment and advantage calculation in even seemingly casual interactions. Yet this same system produced one of history's most successful and enduring social orders, a civilization that integrated unprecedented urban populations, governed vast territories through remarkably small administrative structures, sustained complex economic networks with primitive communications technology, and created sufficient stability for substantial cultural and intellectual development. The social technology that appears so exhausting from modern perspective represented an innovative solution to governance and coordination challenges that would otherwise have required institutional capacities beyond ancient technological means. As sleep finally approaches, you might reflect on the paradox at the heart of Roman citizenship, that its privileges came inextricably bound to obligations that transformed daily existence into continuous performance. The freedom from manual labor that distinguished citizen from slave was replaced by equally demanding requirements of status maintenance and relationship management. The political rights that separated citizen from non-citizen created corresponding duties of perpetual social navigation and network cultivation. The respected position that elevated you above the urban masses demanded constant demonstration of worthiness through appropriate behavior across all contexts. This fundamental connection between privilege and obligation, the understanding that social position existed not as inherent right, but as continuous earned achievement, defined the Roman experience of citizenship in ways profoundly different from modern conceptions. Your daily exhaustion represents not a defect of the system, but its core operating principle, the price willingly paid for participation in the complex web of status, influence, and opportunity that constituted Roman social life. Whether modern individuals would consider this bargain worthwhile reveals less about Rome than about contemporary assumptions regarding the proper relationship between individual desire and social responsibility. You stand in a seemingly endless line under the oppressive summer sun of Rome. Sweat trickles down your back as you shuffle forward incrementally, one of thousands of Roman citizens waiting to receive your allotment from the annona, the heavily subsidized grain distribution that helps feed Rome's massive urban population. The year is 123 CE, during Emperor Hadrian's reign, and you are experiencing one of the Roman Empire's most remarkable yet tedious administrative achievements: the systematic feeding of the imperial capital's 1 million inhabitants. The queue in which you wait stretches from the entrance of the Porticus Minutia Frumentaria, a large colonnade specifically designed for grain distribution. Your position approximately halfway along this line means you've already been waiting for over an hour, with likely another hour or more to go before reaching the distribution point. Around you, fellow recipients display varying levels of patience, some engaging in conversation to pass the time, others looking increasingly irritated, many simply resigned to the tedious necessity of this monthly ritual. The background noise of thousands of conversations creates a constant murmur, punctuated occasionally by official announcements or disputes requiring intervention. The smell of closely packed humanity mingles with the distinctive scent of grain dust that perpetually hangs in the air around distribution centers. The physical discomfort of standing for hours combines with the social tedium of the bureaucratic process to create an experience simultaneously mundane and remarkable, the routine yet extraordinary achievement of feeding a city of unprecedented size. To understand how you came to be standing in this line and why this tedious process represents one of the ancient world's most significant administrative accomplishments, we must examine the development of Rome's grain supply system. The annona evolved from occasional emergency measures during food shortages in the Republican period to a permanent institution under the Empire, with Augustus taking personal responsibility for ensuring Rome's food supply as part of his broader reorganization of imperial administration. The scale of the challenge was unprecedented in ancient history. Rome's population of approximately 1 million residents required an estimated 200,000 tons of grain annually, alongside substantial quantities of olive oil, wine, vegetables, and other foodstuffs. With limited agricultural production in the immediate vicinity of the city, this supply had to be imported from distant provinces, primarily Egypt, North Africa, and Sicily, then transported, stored, processed, and distributed through a complex logistical system spanning thousands of miles. The annona system you're experiencing today represents just the final stage of this remarkable supply chain. Before reaching the distribution points in Rome, the grain followed a journey of staggering complexity. Egyptian grain, for instance, would be collected as tax in kind from farmers along the Nile, aggregated at Alexandria in massive warehouses, loaded onto specialized grain ships of the Alexandrian fleet, transported across the Mediterranean, a journey of approximately 2 weeks in favorable conditions, unloaded at Portus, Rome's artificial harbor, transferred to smaller river vessels, brought up the Tiber to Rome's riverside warehouses, and finally allocated to various distribution centers throughout the city. Each stage of this process involved specialized personnel, dedicated infrastructure, and elaborate administrative procedures. The transportation alone required coordination between maritime shipping schedules, constrained by seasonal weather patterns, river navigation conditions, warehouse capacity, and distribution center operations. The entire system depended on Careful documentation. From tax collection records in the provinces to shipping manifests, warehouse receipts, and eventually the distribution records being created at the end of the line where you now wait. The porticus minutiae, where you stand, represents purpose-built infrastructure for this final distribution stage. Constructed under the Flavian emperors and refined by subsequent rulers, the complex includes storage facilities, administrative offices, and a carefully designed circulation system intended to process large numbers of recipients efficiently. The colonnaded structure provides some shade for those waiting, a practical consideration given the hours spent in line, while simultaneously creating an impressive architectural setting that reinforces imperial beneficence through its monumental design. Your eligibility for this grain distribution depends on your status as a Roman citizen residing in the city. Not all citizens qualify. The number of recipients was limited to approximately 150,000, 200,000 adult male citizens under most of the early empire, representing roughly 1/5 of Rome's total population. Various enrollment criteria have been applied at different periods, but by Hadrian's time, the primary qualification is citizenship combined with established residence in the city, though some special categories, like veterans, receive preferential treatment. The documentation system maintaining this recipient list represents another remarkable administrative achievement. Your name appears on the official register, Canon Frumentarius, within one of 45 designated distribution sections, called tribus, as they originally corresponded to Rome's voting tribes. Each distribution day serves recipients from specific sections according to a rotating schedule, preventing the entire recipient population from attempting to collect simultaneously while ensuring regular access for all qualified individuals. As you approach the front of the line, you prepare the documentation required to receive your allotment. The primary credential is your tessera frumentaria, a small token typically made of bronze that serves as your identification for grain collection. This token bears your name, distribution section, and a unique identifier that allows officials to locate your entry in the register. Without this token, accessing your grain entitlement would require a complex verification process that most recipients prefer to avoid by carefully safeguarding their tesserae. The line eventually brings you to the first checkpoint, a verification station where clerks confirm your eligibility before allowing you to proceed to the actual distributions. The clerk examines your tessera, locates your entry in the distribution register for today's section, and verifies your identity through basic recognition, or, if uncertain, by asking questions about personal details recorded in the register. This verification process represents a practical, ancient version of identity confirmation, preventing fraud through impersonation or duplicate collection. This verification stage creates one of the system's many bottlenecks, as clerks must balance thorough checking against processing speed to maintain reasonable wait times. The officials performing these checks occupy a classic, bureaucratic middle position, required to enforce rules they didn't create, facing pressure from supervisors to maintain orderly processing while enduring frustration from recipients impatient with delays. Their work exemplifies the anonymous administrative labor that made Rome's massive population sustainable despite ancient technological limitations. After passing verification, you proceed to the measurement station where your actual grain allotment is dispensed. The monthly entitlement under Hadrian typically consists of 5 modii of wheat, approximately 33 kilograms or 73 pounds, representing a significant caloric contribution, though not necessarily a complete nutritional supply for a family. The grain gets measured using standardized containers under the supervision of officials responsible for ensuring accurate portions, a process combining physical labor with administrative oversight. Unlike earlier periods when recipients received actual grain requiring further processing, by Hadrian's time, the distribution increasingly provides flour ready for baking, reflecting the system's evolution toward greater convenience for recipients. This shift from grain to flour distribution required additional administrative and processing capacity, as the state took on milling functions previously left to recipients. The change also necessitated adaptations to storage facilities and distribution procedures, demonstrating the system's ongoing refinement in response to practical challenges and political considerations. Once your allotment is measured, you need to provide confirmation of receipt, typically a mark or basic signature on the distribution register that creates the administrative record necessary for reconciling disbursements with supply inventories. This documentation requirement creates another processing delay, but serves essential accountability functions within the broader administrative system. The completed registers eventually become part of the permanent imperial records, allowing retrospective auditing and future planning based on actual distribution patterns. With your flour allotment secured in whatever container you've brought, for transport, you exit through designated departure routes designed to prevent congestion with arriving recipients. The entire process from verification to exit typically takes 15-20 minutes once you reach the front of the line. Relatively efficient given the technology available, but creating substantial cumulative waiting time given the thousands processed each distribution day. Your total time investment for collecting this monthly benefit likely approaches 3 to 4 hours, including travel to and from the distribution center. The experience you've just completed represents only the visible consumer-facing portion of a much larger administrative operation. Behind the distribution frontline exists an elaborate bureaucratic infrastructure handling supply coordination, quality control, inventory management, recipient registration, schedule planning, and financial administration. This back-office function employs hundreds of imperial staff, from senior prefects overseeing the entire operation to clerks maintaining detailed records of every transaction. The financial scale of this operation staggers the imagination. The Annona consumed a substantial portion of imperial revenues, with annual costs estimated between 15 to 20% of the entire imperial budget during the early Principate. These expenditures covered not just the actual grain purchases, but also transportation subsidies, warehouse construction and maintenance, administrative salaries, and the various operational costs associated with moving, storing, processing, and distributing massive quantities of food. The economic significance of this spending made the Annona administration one of the empire's most important financial operations. The political importance of the Annona matched its economic significance. From the Gracchi to Caesar, and through the imperial period, food supply policy remained central to Roman governance. Augustus famously considered taking personal responsibility for the Annona his most significant achievement in securing public support. Subsequent emperors maintained this emphasis, often celebrating their contributions to the grain supply through public monuments, coin issues, and official pronouncements. The symbolic association between imperial legitimacy and food security created powerful incentives for maintaining the system despite its enormous costs. This political dimension explains why you receive your grain allotment free rather than at subsidized prices as in some earlier periods. The direct provision of free food creates an unmistakable connection between imperial beneficence and recipient well-being, transforming a basic necessity into a visible gift from the emperor. The psychological impact of this framing, that your sustenance comes directly from imperial generosity rather than market mechanisms or your own resources, reinforces political loyalty through daily material dependence. The tedium you experience in the distribution line thus serves multiple functions beyond mere food provision. The regular process creates a monthly reminder of state benevolence. The careful verification procedures demonstrate administrative diligence in managing valuable resources. The public nature of the distribution transforms individual benefit into collective experience shared with fellow recipients. Even the monumental architecture of the distribution center reinforces imperial messaging about abundance and order, maintained through effective governance. As you depart the distribution center with your monthly allotment, you likely give little thought to the remarkable administrative achievement it represents. The Annona system successfully addressed a challenge that would have overwhelmed most pre-industrial societies, feeding a city of 1 million residents through a complex supply chain spanning the Mediterranean basin. The bureaucratic procedures that created hours of tedious waiting for recipients enabled consistent food provision at a scale unprecedented before the industrial age. Yet the system contained inherent fragilities that occasionally revealed themselves through disruptions. Mediterranean shipping remained vulnerable to weather patterns, with winter storms regularly interrupting supply chains. Political instability in key producing regions could threaten grain supplies, as demonstrated during various conflicts affecting Egypt or North Africa. Administrative corruption sometimes diverted resources intended for public distribution into private hands. These vulnerabilities necessitated redundancies and reserves that further increased the system's complexity and cost. Your journey home from the distribution center takes you through Rome's crowded streets, where evidence of the broader food supply system appears everywhere. Beyond the Annona grain provision, Rome's complete food supply included olive oil, wine, vegetables, fruits, meat, fish, and other products flowing into the city through both state-managed and private commercial channels. Markets throughout the city offered these supplementary foodstuffs, creating a hybrid system where direct state provision of staple grain operated alongside market mechanisms for other nutritional needs. The flour you carry home requires further processing before becoming edible. Most Romans of modest means lacked home ovens suitable for bread baking, instead relying on neighborhood bakeries, pistrina, that transformed customer-supplied flour into finished bread for a small fee. These bakeries represented another essential component of Rome's food system, privately operated but subject to various regulations regarding weights, prices, and operations. Their existence created further specialization in the overall system, with baking separated from both grain production and home consumption. Upon reaching home, you store your flour allocation carefully, protected from moisture and pests that could quickly render it unusable. For many Romans, this monthly allocation provided a crucial foundation for food security, supplemented by purchased items as finances allowed. The regular rhythm of distribution day created a household management cycle, with consumption patterns calibrated to ensure supplies lasted until the next allocation became available. This predictable schedule represented another benefit of the system, allowing recipients to plan their broader food strategies around a reliable core provision. The Annona system you've just navigated emerged from centuries of development, reflecting accumulated administrative learning rather than deliberate design. What began as ad hoc responses to specific food crises gradually evolved into permanent institutions with specialized personnel, dedicated infrastructure, and established procedures. This evolutionary development explains some of the system's bureaucratic peculiarities, features that might seem inefficient from scratch design perspective, but made sense within the historical context of gradual institutionalization. As you reflect on today's tedious but essential experience, questions naturally arise about this extraordinary system. How did an ancient state lacking modern communication, transportation, and documentation technologies successfully coordinate this massive operation across thousands of miles and multiple languages? What administrative innovations made possible the consistent tracking of hundreds of thousands of individual recipients without computerized record keeping? And perhaps most intriguingly, how did this remarkable achievement in bureaucratic organization emerge from a society that simultaneously maintained deeply personal structures of patronage and relationship-based governance in other domains? These Answers to these questions reveal much about both Rome's administrative sophistication and the fundamental tension between impersonal bureaucracy and personal connection that characterized Roman governance. As you place your newly acquired flour in storage, consider the remarkable journey it undertook before reaching your hands. This monthly allotment represents the endpoint of one of antiquity's most complex supply chains, a system connecting distant agricultural regions to Rome through an intricate web of administrative coordination, maritime shipping, riverine transport, storage infrastructure, and distribution mechanisms. Though invisible to you as recipient, this elaborate system forms the essential foundation supporting Rome's unprecedented urban population. The journey likely began in the fertile Nile Valley, Egypt's agricultural heartland, and Rome's primary grain supplier during the imperial period. Following Augustus's annexation of Egypt in 30 BCE, this extraordinarily productive region became directly integrated into the imperial supply system, with substantial portions of its agricultural output dedicated to feeding Rome. The unique ecology of the Nile, with its annual flooding cycle, depositing nutrient-rich silt across the floodplain, created agricultural productivity unmatched elsewhere in the Mediterranean basin. For Egyptian farmers, participation in this supply chain began not as voluntary market activity but as tax obligation. As imperial province, Egypt provided grain to Rome through taxation in kind rather than commercial purchase, a system administratively simpler than collecting money taxes then using those funds to purchase grain. Local officials assessed land holdings, assigned production quotas, and supervised collection of the designated portion following each harvest. This tax collection process integrated thousands of individual farming operations into the initial stage of Rome's supply network. The administrative complexity emerged immediately as local tax collectors required documentation connecting individual farm output to assigned quotas, with records maintained in multiple forms for various administrative purposes. These records included assessment registers establishing expected contributions, receipt documents confirming actual deliveries, transportation authorizations accompanying grain shipments, and summary reports aggregating collections for higher administrative levels. This documentation system represented a remarkable achievement in pre-modern record-keeping, creating accountability infrastructure, connecting individual farming villages to imperial financial administration. From local collection points, the grain moved to regional centers through Egypt's extensive river transport network. The same Nile that created agricultural productivity also provided efficient transportation infrastructure. Barges carried grain northward toward Alexandria, the massive port city serving as Egypt's administrative center and primary shipping hub. At various transit points, additional documentation recorded quantities transferred, administrative jurisdictions crossed, and responsibilities reassigned as the grain moved from local to regional to provincial control. Upon reaching Alexandria, the grain entered massive warehouses supervised by the Praefectus Annonae Alexandriae, a high-ranking imperial official specifically responsible for managing grain collection and shipment from Egypt to Rome. These warehouse complexes represented major infrastructure investments, with specialized design features addressing the technical challenges of grain storage, elevated floors to prevent ground moisture absorption, ventilation systems to manage temperature and humidity, and compartmentalized organization allowing rotation of stock and segregation of different quality grades. The administrative oversight intensified at this stage, with documentation requirements expanding to include quality assessments, moisture, content evaluations, and detailed inventory records. Different grain shipments were not treated as fungible commodities, but tracked with attention to specific characteristics affecting storage durability, transportation requirements, and ultimate use. This quality differentiation created additional documentation complexity, but proved essential for managing the substantial risks associated with large-scale grain storage and transportation. The next phase, Mediterranean shipping, presented the supply chain's greatest vulnerability and logistical challenge. Transporting hundreds of thousands of tons of grain annually across hundreds of miles of open sea required specialized shipping capacity, favorable weather conditions, protective naval escort, and precise coordination with receiving facilities. The scale alone staggers imagination. During peak shipping season, multiple grain vessels departed Alexandria daily, each carrying approximately 150-300 tons of cargo. Rome addressed these maritime challenges through multiple innovations. Specialized grain ships, naves frumentaria, were constructed specifically for this trade, with designs optimized for capacity and stability rather than speed or maneuverability. A dedicated Alexandrian fleet operated under imperial oversight, ensuring sufficient shipping capacity for this essential trade. To incentivize private shipping participation, the emperors established substantial subsidies and privileges for ship owners, naviculari, who committed vessels to the grain trade, creating a public-private partnership supporting the core infrastructure. The shipping schedule followed Mediterranean weather patterns, with primary grain shipments occurring between April and October, when sea conditions typically permitted safe passage. This seasonal concentration created massive throughput requirements during the shipping season, with warehouses, port facilities, and transport infrastructure operating at maximum capacity. The winter shipping reduction necessitated substantial storage capacity at both origination and destination, allowing continuous consumption despite intermittent supply flow. Preparation for maritime transit involved another layer of administrative procedures: cargo documentation, recorded quantities loaded, vessel identification, captain responsibility assignment, and destination details. Imperial agents supervised loading operations, verifying conformity with shipment authorizations and ensuring proper cargo distribution within vessels. Naval escorts were arranged for convoys, providing protection against piracy while also preventing deviation from assigned routes. The Mediterranean journey from Alexandria to Rome's port typically required 1 to 2 weeks under favorable conditions, but could extend significantly longer depending on winds and weather. During transit, the grain cargo required careful management to prevent moisture damage or overheating that could trigger spoilage or even spontaneous combustion. Ship captains and crews developed specialized knowledge for grain transport, including techniques for monitoring cargo condition and addressing emerging problems during voyage. By Hadrian's time, grain ships typically arrived at Portus, the massive artificial harbor complex constructed by Claudius and expanded by Trajan specifically to support Rome's maritime supply needs. This purpose-built infrastructure featured specialized facilities for grain handling, dedicated docking areas for frumentarian vessels, mechanical unloading equipment, quality control inspection stations, and direct connections to warehouse complexes. The port design reflected deep understanding of the logistical requirements for high-volume commodity transfer between maritime and riverine transportation systems. Upon arrival, vessels underwent another administrative process before unloading could begin. Port officials verified shipping documentation, inspected cargo condition, and confirmed quantities transported matched origination records. Any discrepancies triggered investigation to determine whether natural causes, spoilage, moisture damage, or human factors, theft, fraudulent reporting, explained the variation. This accountability system created incentives throughout the transportation chain for careful cargo management and accurate documentation. The unloading operation itself represented another logistical achievement. Specialized dock workers, Saccari, transferred grain from ships to port warehouses using techniques and equipment specifically developed for high-volume dry bulk handling. The process required careful coordination to minimize vessel turnaround time during the peak shipping season while maintaining quality control and accurate quantity verification. The port administration employed hundreds of workers in various specialized roles, creating an industrial-scale operation centuries before industrialization. From Portus, the grain continued its journey toward Rome, now traveling approximately 25 kilometers up the Tiber River on smaller vessels adapted for riverine conditions. This river transport addressed the final logistical challenge in the supply chain, moving massive quantities of bulk cargo from coastal port to inland urban center. The river route offered far greater efficiency than land transport alternatives, though it created additional infrastructure requirements for riverside docking facilities and transfer operations. Upon reaching Rome, the grain entered another massive warehouse complex, primarily the Horea, located near the riverside commercial districts. These multi-story structures represented specialized grain storage architecture refined through centuries of experience, with features addressing fire protection, theft prevention, moisture control, vermin exclusion, and efficient internal circulation. The largest examples, like the Horea Galbana, contained hundreds of individual storage rooms organized around central courtyards, creating warehouse complexes approaching the scale of contemporary grain elevator operations. Within these urban warehouses, the grain underwent transformation into the flour you received at distribution. This processing stage represented another logistical and administrative challenge, requiring equipment, labor, quality control, and documentation systems connecting unprocessed inputs to distributed outputs. The milling operation employed water-powered technology where topography permitted, particularly on the Janiculum Hill, or animal-powered grinding for locations lacking suitable water access. The scale of this operation, processing thousands of tons monthly, created essentially industrial production centuries before the Industrial Revolution. Throughout these stages, administrative oversight maintained the documentation chain connecting distant Egyptian fields to your distribution allotment. Each transfer point created records verifying quantities and conditions. Each processing step generated documentation of inputs, outputs, and transformations. Each storage facility maintained inventory records tracking quantities and movements. This continuous paper trail allowed imperial administrators to monitor the entire supply chain, identify problems, assign responsibility, and maintain accountability despite geographic distances and functional specialization. The personnel supporting this system encompassed remarkable diversity in specialization and status. High-ranking administrators like the Praefectus Annonae occupied prestigious positions, often serving as stepping stones for broader political careers. Specialized technical roles, ship captains, warehouse architects, milling engineers, required substantial expertise developed through practical experience. Clerical functions employed thousands of literate workers maintaining the documentation infrastructure. Manual labor at various stages provided employment for countless urban residents, slaves, and seasonal workers. The system created a complex, occupational ecosystem connecting individuals across vast differences in social status, technical training, and geographic location. The financing arrangements for this entire operation reflected significant administrative sophistication. Rather than operating through simple market purchases, the system combined direct state management of certain functions with contracted services for others, creating incentive structures promoting reliability while controlling costs. Tax collection. In producing regions, transportation subsidies for private shippers, salary payments for administrative personnel, and contracted services for storage and processing all required distinct financial arrangements appropriate to their specific operational characteristics. The resulting hybrid system balanced state control of essential functions with private sector involvement, where incentive alignment created greater efficiency. Beyond the main Egyptian supply line, secondary grain sources, particularly from North Africa and Sicily, created redundancy, protecting against regional harvest failures or transportation disruptions. These alternative supply chains followed similar administrative patterns but operated under different provincial governance structures, creating additional coordination challenges for central imperial administration. The ability to manage multiple supply lines simultaneously, adjusting flows according to changing conditions and requirements, demonstrated remarkable administrative flexibility despite the system's massive scale. This entire elaborate system operated largely invisibly to you as recipient. Your direct experience encompassed only the tedious final distribution stage, without visibility into the complex logistics, documentation, and administration that made that distribution possible. This invisibility reflected both physical separation — most supply chain operations occurred far from consumer observation — and administrative compartmentalization that isolated individual functions within specialized organizational units. The system's success depended precisely on this invisible reliability, creating consistent supply without requiring recipient awareness of the supporting infrastructure. Yet periodic disruptions revealed the system's existence in negative outline. When shipping delays, harvest shortfalls, or administrative failures interrupted regular distribution, recipients suddenly became aware of their dependence on this invisible infrastructure. These moments of system visibility typically generated significant social and political tension, demonstrating why emperors invested so heavily in maintaining operational reliability regardless of cost. The political importance of consistent distribution created institutional incentives for redundancy, overcapacity, and conservative management throughout the supply chain. The flour now in your storage container spent approximately 4 to 6 months in transit from Egyptian field to Roman distribution center, passing through dozens of administrative checkpoints, multiple transportation modes, and several processing stages. This extended timeline necessitated careful planning throughout the system, with production schedules, shipping capacities, and storage inventories managed to ensure continuous supply despite seasonal production and transportation constraints. The resulting operation functioned essentially as massive pipeline with continuous input and output despite substantial transit duration for individual grain units. This invisible supply chain extended beyond your monthly grain allocation to encompass the broader food supply supporting Rome's massive population. Olive oil followed similar transportation and distribution patterns with dedicated facilities at various stages. The Monte Testaccio complex, with its mountain of discarded amphora, showing the scale of this operation. Wine, likewise, moved through. Specialized handling systems adapted to its distinct storage and transportation requirements. Produce and other perishables required different arrangements emphasizing speed rather than volume, creating yet another specialized supply network within the broader system. For citizens like yourself, these parallel supply chains appeared through market mechanisms rather than direct distribution. While your grain allocation came through the Annona system, you purchased these complementary foodstuffs from commercial vendors operating within the market structure of Rome's various food forums, specialized commercial districts dedicated to particular product categories. These markets themselves represented another administrative achievement, with imperial oversight ensuring adequate supply, reasonable pricing, standardized weights and measures, and basic quality standards. The relationship between the Annona system and these market mechanisms reflected administrative sophistication in determining which foodstuffs required direct imperial management versus those that could reliably flow through commercial channels. This hybrid approach recognized that different agricultural products presented distinct supply challenges based on production patterns, storage characteristics, transportation requirements, and consumption flexibility. The resulting system balanced state intervention in essential staples with market mechanisms for complementary items, creating food security through multiple parallel systems rather than a single integrated approach. Your monthly grain collection represents just one consumer interaction with this sprawling system. a momentary connection to an administrative apparatus extending across the Mediterranean basin and operating continuously throughout the year. The hours spent waiting in the distribution line, while tedious from your perspective, constitute an almost insignificant time investment compared to the aggregate human effort involved in creating and maintaining the supply chain that made that distribution possible. The administrative achievement lies precisely in making this enormous complexity appear to recipients as merely a predictable monthly inconvenience rather than the extraordinary logistical feat it actually represents. As you prepare your first meal using the newly acquired flour, this administrative miracle transforms into simple sustenance, the ultimate purpose behind the elaborate system. The completed cycle connecting distant field to urban table demonstrates Rome's remarkable capacity to solve unprecedented logistical challenges through administrative innovation, infrastructure development, and systematic documentation. This achievement, perhaps more than military conquest or architectural magnificence, represents the genuine administrative genius of Roman civilization, the ability to consistently deliver life's most basic necessity to a concentration of humanity, unprecedented in pre-industrial history. Yet questions inevitably arise about this extraordinary system's inherent tensions and contradictions. How did an administrative operation of such scale and complexity emerge from a political culture still fundamentally based on personal relationships rather than bureaucratic rationality? What balance between coercion and incentive motivated participation throughout the extended supply chain? And perhaps most fundamentally, how did this remarkable achievement in centralized provision coexist with Rome's ostensible commitment to market principles in other economic domains? The answers to these questions reveal much about the distinctive character of Roman administrative practice, a hybrid approach that combined elements of multiple organizational logics rather than conforming to pure models of either state control or market organization. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows across the forum as you make your way toward the offices of the urban praetor. This visit represents your third attempt to resolve a seemingly simple administrative matter, correcting an error in your grain distribution registry entry. What began as minor inconvenience has evolved into a bureaucratic odyssey, consuming substantial time and generating mounting frustration. Your experience reveals the shadow side of Rome's remarkable administrative achievements, the procedural rigidity, jurisdictional complexity, and paperwork burden that citizens navigate when engaging with imperial bureaucracy. The problem originated during your most recent grain collection when a distribution clerk noted a discrepancy between your tessera information and the registry entry. Though you've received allocations without issue for 3 years, something in the administrative record has changed, creating uncertainty about your eligibility. The clerk, following standard procedure, provided a temporary allocation but flagged your record for verification before the next distribution cycle. Resolving this discrepancy requires navigating multiple administrative offices with overlapping jurisdictions and inconsistent record systems. Your first attempt at resolution led to the central registry office where ANONA recipient lists are maintained. After waiting several hours among dozens of citizens with various administrative problems, you finally spoke with a junior clerk who examined your tessera, consulted massive registry volumes, and determined that while your basic eligibility remained valid, a question had arisen regarding your residential qualification. Since residence verification falls under a different administrative jurisdiction, you were directed to the urban census office to obtain confirmation documentation before returning to complete the ANONA registry correction. The census office visit consumed another half day, including substantial waiting time and confusing directions through the warren of administrative chambers housed in a repurposed section of an older public building. There you learned that your residential status remained properly recorded in their registers, but this information had not been properly communicated to the ANONA administration during the most recent registry update. The census clerk provided a sealed document confirming your residential qualification, but explained this would need verification from the urban praetor's office before the Annona registry could be updated, as only the praetor's seal carried sufficient authority to modify official distribution records. This bureaucratic path exemplifies how Roman administration operated through layered jurisdictions with complex interrelationships rather than through clearly integrated systems. The Annona registry, census records, and praetor's certification each functioned semi-independently, with institutional connections maintained through formal documentation transfer rather than unified record-keeping. This arrangement reflected the historical development of Roman administration, where new functions were added incrementally to existing structures rather than through comprehensive reorganization. The urban praetor's office presents another distinct administrative environment. Unlike the utilitarian spaces of the registry and census offices, the praetor's chambers demonstrate architectural dignity appropriate to significant magisterial authority. The physical environment communicates institutional prestige, higher ceilings, better lighting, decorative elements, and more orderly waiting arrangements. The staff appears correspondingly more professional, with apparent status hierarchy visible in clothing, deportment, and workspace allocation. Even the documentation displayed for public information shows greater attention to presentation, with clearer writing on higher quality materials. Despite these differences in appearances, the fundamental experience remains similar. Substantial waiting time, multiple procedural steps, and careful documentation examination before administrative action. The clerk reviewing your case examines both your tessera and the census office certification, compares information against separate records maintained in the praetor's archives, and consults written procedural guidelines before determining appropriate action. The process demonstrates how Roman bureaucracy, even when operating effectively, prioritized procedural correctness and documentation consistency over efficiency or convenience. After completing review, the clerk explains that while your documentation appears valid, providing praetorial certification requires completion of additional forms: a formal request for administrative intervention, postulatio, a sworn statement regarding residential facts, professio, and a witness certification from a recognized citizen confirming your identity, testificatio. Completing these documents requires yet more time, with specific language requirements and formatting conventions that reflect Roman administrative formalism. Each document must be prepared in duplicate, with copies retained for both praetorial and Annona records. This documentation burden illustrates another characteristic of Roman bureaucracy: the centrality of written records in administrative practice. Despite limited literacy in the broader population, administrative functions operated through elaborate documentation systems requiring sophisticated text production, management, and storage capacities. The resulting record collections created accountability mechanisms but also generated substantial processing requirements, with administrative workforces heavily weighted toward document management functions. The proportion of administrative personnel engaged primarily in creating, organizing, and preserving documentation rather than providing direct services would seem remarkable even by modern bureaucratic standards. With required documentation finally completed, the clerk advises that praetorial certification typically requires 3 to 5 days for processing, after which you must return to collect the completed authorization before proceeding back to the Annona registry to complete your record correction. This extended timeline for what appears straightforward administrative confirmation demonstrates the prioritization of procedural regularity over processing speed, a characteristic of bureaucratic systems generally but particularly pronounced. In Roman administration, the careful sequence of documentation, verification, certification, and registration creates valuable fraud prevention but generates substantial completion time for even simple administrative matters. As you depart the praetor's office contemplating this extended process, you encounter another citizen engaged in similar administrative navigation but addressing a different problem, clarifying tax assessment on recently inherited property. His experience parallels yours with multiple office visits, overlapping jurisdictions, and extensive documentation requirements. Your brief conversation reveals shared frustration with administrative complexity, but also resignation toward its inevitability, recognition that imperial administration necessarily involves procedural formality, regardless of individual inconvenience. This mutual experience reflects how bureaucratic encounters created shared civic identity among Rome's diverse population. Citizens across different social backgrounds, occupations, and origins found common ground in navigation of administrative requirements, experiences that transcended other social boundaries to create collective understanding. The universal encounter with imperial bureaucracy, whether through grain distribution, tax assessment, property registration, or other administrative functions, provided one of relatively few experiences genuinely shared across Rome's otherwise highly stratified social structure. The time investment required for resolving your registry issue, potentially totaling 3 or 4 days of administrative visits spread across several weeks, represents substantial opportunity cost. For citizens of modest means, this administrative burden could translate directly to lost income from missed work or business opportunities. For those with greater resources, the time might be less economically significant, but still represents notable personal inconvenience. This disparity in impact reveals how administrative burden, while nominally equal for all citizens, created disproportionate challenges for those with fewer resources to absorb opportunity costs. For some citizens, these administrative challenges created market for intermediary services, individuals with specialized knowledge of bureaucratic procedures and personal connections within administrative offices who could navigate processes more efficiently than ordinary citizens. These facilitators, sometimes called pragmatici, operated in legal grey areas not officially recognized within administrative structures but tolerated as practical necessities for system function. Their existence demonstrated how unofficial practices often emerged alongside formal procedures to address efficiency gaps in bureaucratic operations. Beyond these practical challenges, Roman bureaucratic encounters often involved subtle status negotiations between citizens and officials. Administrative staff occupied ambiguous positions, exercising significant practical authority through procedural control, while often holding relatively modest personal status. This tension created distinctive interaction patterns, with officials sometimes demonstrating authority through procedural rigidity or processing delays, while citizens might emphasize their status through displays of education, social connections, or historical knowledge. These dynamics added social complexity to administrative interactions beyond their ostensible procedural purposes. The personal qualities most valuable for successful bureaucratic navigation, patience, attention to procedural detail, documentation, management, and tactical persistence, differed significantly from attributes valorized in other domains of Roman life. Military leadership, political oratory, business negotiation, and social entertainment involved skill sets with limited transferability to administrative contexts. This disconnect helps explain the emergence of specialized intermediaries, individuals who develop capabilities specifically suited to bureaucratic environments rather than more broadly celebrated Roman virtues. While frustrating from individual perspective, these bureaucratic complexities served essential functions within the broader administrative system. The documentation requirements created accountability mechanisms preventing fraud, tracking responsibility, and enabling retrospective review. The procedural formalities established decision consistency across enormous geographic and population scale. The jurisdictional divisions implemented specialization, allowing focused expertise development rather than generalized knowledge. The resulting system prioritized reliability, consistency, and accountability over efficiency or convenience, values appropriate to administrative functions involving massive resource flows and population impacts. The Annona system, with its extraordinary logistical achievements, depended precisely on these bureaucratic characteristics for successful operation across unprecedented scale and complexity. The procedural formality ensuring your residential qualification created similar verification throughout the recipient population, preventing fraudulent claims that would undermine resource allocation integrity. The documentation requirements, tracking your specific entitlement, similarly protected supply chain accountability at every transfer point from distant field to distribution center. The jurisdictional specialization separating registry maintenance from eligibility certification enabled expertise development in each function rather than diffuse responsibility across generalized administrators. This fundamental tension between individual convenience and system functionality characterized Roman administrative practice across numerous domains. The same bureaucratic features that created frustration for individual citizens enabled historical achievements in governance, scale, and complexity. The administrative system supporting Rome's unprecedented urban population, extensive provincial control, and complex economic integration could not have functioned without the procedural formality, documentation intensity, and jurisdictional complexity that made individual interactions so burdensome. The price of Rome's administrative achievements was paid in countless hours of citizen time navigating bureaucratic requirements. The imperial bureaucracy you're navigating evolved substantially from republican administrative practices that relied more heavily on direct magistrate intervention and personal relationships. The transition toward more formalized procedures, specialized offices, permanent staff, and extensive documentation accelerated under Augustus and continued through subsequent emperors, reflecting adaptation to governance challenges presented by imperial scale. This evolution created bureaucratic layers between citizens and ultimate authority, intermediary offices processing standardized cases rather than magistrates directly addressing individual situations. The resulting system gained consistency and durability, but sacrificed the flexibility and personal responsibility characteristics of earlier approaches. As days pass while awaiting your praetorial certification, you naturally wonder whether the grain allocation justifies the administrative burden required to maintain it. This calculation varies significantly across the recipient population, depending on individual economic circumstances. For the poorest citizens, the approximately 33 kilowatts monthly allocation represents essential sustenance worth almost any administrative cost to maintain. For those with moderate resources, the practical value remains significant but might be measured against the substantial opportunity cost of time spent in bureaucratic processes. This differential valuation helps explain why the system's administrative burdens likely discourage participation among some eligible citizens while being readily accepted by others with greater need or lower opportunity costs. When you finally receive the praetorial certification and return to complete your Annona registry correction, the experience highlights another characteristic of Roman bureaucracy: the distinct treatment of exceptional versus routine cases. Regular grain distribution follows well-established procedures, processing thousands of recipients efficiently, while correcting unusual situations like your registry discrepancy involves elaborate verification, multi-office coordination, and extended timelines. This differential processing reflects administrative prioritization of high-volume standard operations over exceptional case management, a rational approach for system management but frustrating for citizens experiencing non-standard situations. With your registry entry finally corrected, you receive confirmation that your next distribution allocation will proceed normally. The administrative burden has been substantial: multiple office visits, hours of waiting, numerous document completions and weeks of processing time, but the outcome restores your position within the distribution system. The experience leaves lingering questions about administrative efficiency, but also demonstrates system effectiveness in eventually resolving the issue, however laboriously. Your documentation file now includes additional verification that might prevent future discrepancies, potentially trading short-term inconvenience for longer-term stability. As you reflect on this bureaucratic journey, consider how your experience connects to broader questions about Roman administrative practice. How did a civilization renowned for practical engineering achievement and military efficiency develop administrative systems seemingly designed to prioritize procedural correctness over operational speed? What balance between centralized control and distributed implementation created effective governance across vast distances and diverse populations without modern communication technologies? And perhaps most fundamentally, how did Roman citizens reconcile the practical benefits of administrative achievements like the grain distribution with the personal burdens of navigating the bureaucracy that made those achievements possible? The answers to these questions reveal much about both the strengths and limitations of Roman governance, a system that successfully addressed unprecedented administrative challenges while creating distinctive burdens for those living within its structures. The grain in your storage container, seemingly simple sustenance, represents the endpoint of both a remarkable logistical achievement and a bureaucratic system with characteristic frustrations. Roman food security came with administrative price beyond the obvious taxation funding the system. It required citizen participation in bureaucratic processes that consumed substantial time and energy, regardless of their efficiency or convenience. This tension between administrative achievement and bureaucratic burden characterized not just the Annona system, but Roman governance broadly. The same procedural formality that created accountability and consistency also generated frustration and delay. The documentation requirements that enabled complex coordination across vast distances also produced paperwork burdens for individual citizens. The jurisdictional specialization that developed focused expertise also created navigational complexity for those seeking administrative services. These trade-offs between system functionality and individual experience defined Roman bureaucratic encounters across numerous domains, from tax administration to property registration to judicial proceedings. Perhaps most significantly, your bureaucratic odyssey demonstrates how Roman administrative practice combined elements that modern perspective might consider contradictory: remarkable logistical achievements alongside seemingly inefficient procedures, sophisticated documentation, systems within technologically limited contexts, and rationalized processes administered through intensely personal interactions. This hybrid character reflected Roman pragmatism in adapting available tools to unprecedented governance challenges rather than implementing theoretically pure administrative models. The resulting systems effectively addressed essential functions, like urban food supply, despite characteristics that modern administrative theory might consider suboptimal. For you as Roman citizen, the Annona experience encapsulates this fundamental duality, providing essential material benefit through bureaucratic structures that demand significant personal investment to navigate successfully. The tedium of both distribution lines and administrative offices represents the practical price of participation in one of history's most remarkable achievements in urban provisioning. Roman food security rested on both the invisible supply chain connecting distant agriculture to urban consumption and the visible bureaucracy that citizens directly experienced through distribution procedures and administrative requirements. Together, these elements created a system simultaneously essential for urban survival and emblematic of governance burdens that might indeed cause modern individuals to rage quit Roman citizenship after experiencing its administrative reality. The sun has not yet risen over the hills of Gallia Narbonensis, but activity already stirs at the construction camp outside Nemausus, modern needs. You, as a mid-level engineer in the Roman military, have been assigned to oversee a section of road construction connecting this provincial city to existing networks. The year is 118 CE during Emperor Hadrian's provincial inspection tour, and improving transportation infrastructure represents a key imperial priority. Your role places you at the intersection of technical expertise, administrative process, and practical management, a position revealing the complex reality behind Rome's legendary road system. As you exit your tent in the pre-dawn light, your attention immediately focuses on the day's pressing concerns. The construction team under your supervision must complete preliminary ground clearing for a 240-foot section, continue foundation preparation on previously cleared areas, and address drainage issues recently identified by surveyors. Simultaneously, you must manage the administrative documentation tracking labor deployment, material utilization, and construction progress. Paperwork is essential to the project's success as the physical labor itself. The camp awakens with practiced efficiency, reflecting military discipline applied to engineering purposes. The approximately 200 individuals under your oversight include diverse specializations and status categories: legionary soldiers with engineering training, auxiliary troops providing general labor, local workers hired for specialized tasks, administrative staff maintaining records, and various support personnel handling logistics and provisioning. This heterogeneous workforce presents complex management challenges beyond the merely technical aspects of road construction. Your first task involves reviewing the previous day's progress report and corresponding adjustments to today's work plan. The military surveyor, Mensor, has indicated unexpected rock formations along a portion of the planned route, requiring either additional clearing equipment or slight adjustment to the road alignment. This decision balances multiple considerations: engineering standards requiring specific grade limitations, resource availability for intensive rock removal, schedule implications of various approaches, and adherence to the overall route plan approved through multiple administrative levels. After consulting reference materials containing standard engineering guidelines and previous experiences with similar conditions, you decide on a minor alignment, adjustment within your discretionary authority. This decision requires immediate documentation through multiple channels: adjustment notes for the survey records, modification orders for the field teams, material requirement updates for the supply officers, and progress projection revisions for administrative reporting. The paperwork consumes nearly an hour of early morning time before physical work can begin, a typical ratio of administrative to practical activity in Roman infrastructure projects. With documentation completed, you convene a brief meeting with crew supervisors to explain the alignment adjustment and coordinate day's activities. Communication follows strict hierarchical protocols reflecting the military organization underlying the operation. You issue orders to the Optio, squad officer, commanding the legionary engineers, who then direct specific teams according to their specializations. Similarly, instructions pass to auxiliaries through their decurion and to civilian workers through their foreman. This layered communication structure ensures appropriate authority relationships while sometimes introducing inefficiencies in information transfer. As the teams deploy to their assigned tasks, you conduct a walking inspection of the previous day's work accompanied by both the surveyor and the quality inspector. This review involves careful assessment of multiple technical standards, foundation depth and compaction meeting load-bearing requirements, drainage slope angles, ensuring proper water movement, and alignment accuracy maintaining the planned route. Any deviations require documentation identifying the issue, responsible parties, corrective actions, and verification procedures, maintaining the accountability essential to Roman engineering success. The foundation work particularly demonstrates the thoroughness distinguishing Roman road construction from more expedient approaches. Rather than simply clearing ground and laying a travel surface, the engineering standard requires multiple, carefully Constructed layers, foundation trenching to stable soil or rock, a lower course of large stones, statumen, a middle layer of crushed rock and sand, rudus, a bedding course of finer material, nucleus, and finally, the surface pavement of fitted stones, summum dorsum. This methodical approach extends construction time but creates durability measured in centuries rather than decades. The morning's primary engineering challenge emerges in supervising the foundation trench excavation along the newly adjusted alignment. The local soil conditions vary significantly over short distances, requiring continuous assessment and occasional modification to standard procedures. You consult frequently with experienced legionaries who have encountered similar conditions in previous projects, balancing their practical knowledge against formal engineering guidelines. This integration of codified standards with adaptive field experience characterizes effective Roman engineering practice. Amid these technical considerations, administrative requirements demand constant attention. A courier arrives from provincial headquarters carrying documentation requiring immediate review and response. The dispatches include updated material allocation schedules, personnel transfer notices affecting your workforce composition, and information requests from superior officers regarding project timeline projections. Responding to these administrative matters consumes substantial time that might otherwise be dedicated to direct construction supervision, a persistent tension in Roman infrastructure management. The material allocation documentation proves particularly challenging, revealing discrepancies between previously approved quantities and newly authorized shipments. The bureaucratic system controlling construction supplies operates through multiple approval levels, creating opportunities for communication failures and processing delays. Resolving these discrepancies requires careful documentation review, communication with supply officials, and occasionally creative reallocation of available materials to maintain construction progress despite administrative complications. By mid-morning, the new alignment section has been properly surveyed and marked with guideposts indicating both horizontal path and vertical grade requirements. The surveying process itself demonstrates sophisticated application of mathematical principles and specialized instruments. The groma for establishing straight lines and right angles, the chorobates for determining level surfaces, and the dioptra for measuring angles. These precision instruments support the remarkable consistency of Roman road engineering across diverse terrain throughout the empire. With technical direction established, the various work teams proceed with their specialized functions. Legionary engineers supervise the most critical technical elements, while auxiliary troops provide the substantial labor required for excavation and material movement. Local workers contribute specialized knowledge of regional conditions and materials, while slaves assigned to the project handle the most physically demanding tasks under close supervision. This layered workforce structure reflects Rome's pragmatic integration of different labor categories according to skill requirements, availability, and cost considerations. The midday break provides opportunity for reviewing construction progress against schedule projections, another administrative function consuming engineering attention. Roman infrastructure projects operated under detailed timeline expectations, with progress reporting requirements flowing upward through multiple command levels. Maintaining accurate projections required continuous adjustment based on field conditions, resource availability, and workforce productivity. These projections supported broader planning for connected projects, supply coordination, and personnel allocation across provincial infrastructure programs. After the brief meal period, operations resume with focus shifting to drainage structure, installation, a critical element of Roman road durability. The engineering designs include precisely calculated culverts, channels, and ditches, creating comprehensive water management systems protecting the road structure from erosion and destabilization. These drainage elements require careful integration with both the road construction itself and the surrounding landscape topography, demanding concurrent attention to multiple interrelated components. The afternoon also brings an inspection visit from your superior officer, the Praefectus Fabrum, who holds overall responsibility for multiple engineering projects in the region. This inspection combines technical evaluation with administrative review, examining both physical construction quality and documentation completeness. The officer's questions probe potential vulnerabilities in schedule, resource allocation, and technical execution, assessing project risk factors while reinforcing accountability through direct oversight. Your responses require precise knowledge of both engineering details and administrative status across numerous project elements. Following this inspection, you convene with your administrative staff to update various required records. The daily labor deployment log tracking individual assignments and productivity, material utilization reports, documenting resource consumption against allocations, progress measurement charts comparing completed work against projections, and incident documentation, recording any accidents, disciplinary actions, or unusual occurrences. This documentation serves multiple purposes beyond mere record keeping, supporting resource planning, enabling performance assessment, ensuring accountability, and providing reference information for future projects. The administrative burden appears particularly heavy when compared to modern expectations regarding engineering roles. Rather than focusing exclusively on technical matters, Roman engineers devoted substantial time to documentation, reporting, and bureaucratic processes. This administrative integration reflected both military organizational culture and practical necessity in an era before specialized bureaucratic support staffing. The resulting record systems created remarkable historical documentation of Roman construction practices, while sometimes constraining the time available for direct technical supervision. As the workday approaches conclusion, you conduct a final inspection of completed sections, identifying areas requiring attention the following day, and evaluating overall progress against projections. This assessment considers both technical quality and schedule adherence, twin priorities, sometimes creating tension in field decisions. Roman engineering culture emphasized thoroughness and durability, yet military command structures demanded adherence to established timelines. Navigating this potential conflict required careful judgment about when to accept standard completion and when to invest additional time in addressing concerns. The day concludes with preparation of the evening report summarizing construction progress, resource utilization, workforce deployment, and identified issues requiring attention. This document flows upward through the command structure, eventually contributing to regional infrastructure status reports reaching provincial governors and potentially the emperor himself. The reporting chain creates accountability while also enabling resource coordination and strategic planning at higher administrative levels. Your contribution to this information flow represents an essential administrative function distinct from direct construction supervision. As darkness falls and activity ceases, you review the day's achievements against longer-term project objectives. The tension between immediate tasks and strategic goals characterizes infrastructure development in any era, but Roman road construction particularly exemplifies this dynamic. Each day's incremental progress, excavating foundations, preparing drainage structures, laying base materials, contributes to a transportation network that will function for centuries and extend thousands of miles. The engineer's perspective must simultaneously encompass both immediate technical details and this broader historical significance. This road segment outside Nemausus represents just one small component of Hadrian's comprehensive infrastructure, programmed throughout the provinces. The emperor's visit to Gallia Narbonensis has intensified administrative attention to provincial development, accelerating projects that demonstrate imperial commitment to regional integration and development. Your role, connecting imperial policy to physical implementation, reflects the multi-layered nature of Roman governance, translating broad strategic objectives into specific technical actions through various administrative and engineering intermediaries. The road construction process itself follows standardized approaches refined through centuries of Roman engineering experience. The methodical sequence, survey and design, ground preparation, foundation construction, layered build-up, surface installation, and complementary elements like milestones and drainage represents accumulated knowledge institutionalized through engineering manuals, training programs, and organizational practices. This standardization enabled consistent implementation across diverse environments throughout the empire, while still allowing appropriate adaptation to local conditions. Beyond technical considerations, the road project intersects with numerous social and economic factors within the provincial context. Local communities provide labor, materials, and sometimes financial contributions through various obligation systems. Regional economic development anticipates benefits from improved transportation connections. Political relationships between Roman administration and provincial elites influence project prioritization and resource allocation. These factors create complex stakeholder environments requiring management beyond purely technical engineering considerations. The process also demonstrates characteristic Roman pragmatism in infrastructure development. While adhering to core engineering principles like proper drainage, appropriate foundations, and durable materials, the implementation allows practical adaptation to local conditions rather than rigid template application. This balanced approach, maintaining essential standards while permitting contextual flexibility, contributed significantly to Roman engineering success across diverse environments throughout the empire. As you prepare for sleep after reviewing plans for the following day, you might reflect on the distinctive nature of Roman infrastructure development, the integration of military organization with civil engineering, the balance between standardized approaches and contextual adaptation, the parallel attention to technical details and administrative requirements. These characteristics created a system capable of implementing consistent engineering standards across unprecedented geographic scale and environmental diversity without modern technology or instant communication capabilities. The road taking shape outside, Nemausus will eventually form one small segment of the approximately 250,000 miles of Roman roads connecting the empire, a transportation network of unprecedented scale and durability whose remnants remain visible nearly 2 millennia later. This extraordinary achievement emerged not from single visionary projects, but from thousands of incremental implementations like yours, each following similar methods and standards while adapting to specific contexts. The resulting infrastructure system fundamentally transformed movement, communication, commerce, and governance throughout the Roman world. Yet this remarkable achievement required corresponding investment in administrative systems, technical training, resource coordination, and organizational discipline. The bureaucratic processes consuming substantial portions of your workday, the detailed documentation, multi-level reporting, standardized procedures, and layered oversight formed essential foundations for infrastructure implementation across vast distances and diverse environments. The tedium of these administrative requirements represented unavoidable cost for the ambitious scope and lasting quality of Roman engineering achievements. As the camp quiets for the night, questions emerge about this distinctive approach to infrastructure development. How did Roman engineering culture balance the creative innovation required for diverse implementation contexts against the standardization necessary for consistent results across vast geographic areas? What organizational characteristics enabled effective coordination between technical specialists, administrative officials, and labor forces drawn from diverse sources and status categories? And most fundamentally, how did a pre-industrial society without modern communication or transportation technologies successfully implement infrastructure systems of unprecedented scale, sophistication, and durability? The answers to these questions reveal much about both the impressive achievements and inherent limitations of Roman engineering practice. Dawn breaks over the construction camp, bringing another day of incremental progress on the road, connecting Nemausus to the broader provincial network. As work resumes under your supervision, the focus shifts to the actual stone-laying process, the visible manifestation of Roman engineering following days of preparatory work on foundations and drainage. This phase reveals another dimension of imperial infrastructure development, the enormous human effort required to transform engineering plans into physical reality. The labor force assembling for today's work demonstrates the complex social organization underlying Roman construction projects. Legionary soldiers with specialized engineering training direct the most technically demanding aspects. These men represent elite military personnel whose skills in surveying, hydraulics, masonry, and project management reflect intensive training and practical experience accumulated through similar projects throughout the empire. Their expertise forms the essential technical core ensuring adherence to Roman engineering standards. Supporting these specialists, auxiliary troops provide disciplined labor for tasks requiring less technical skill but significant coordination. These provincial soldiers, often drawn from regions with established construction traditions, occupy an intermediate position between skilled specialists and basic labor. Their military organization creates effective command structures for coordinating complex tasks like moving large stones, operating lifting equipment, or implementing standardized construction sequences. Their contribution represents the essential scaling mechanism allowing limited numbers of technical specialists to oversee substantial construction operations. Local civilian workers contribute additional labor under various arrangements, some voluntarily employed for wages, others fulfilling mandatory labor obligations, opere, assigned to their communities as part of provincial administration. These workers bring valuable knowledge of regional materials and conditions, but require more direct supervision than military personnel accustomed to hierarchical organization and standardized procedures. Their integration into the project workforce demonstrates Roman pragmatism in combining different labor sources according to availability and project requirements. The lowest status contributors include enslaved laborers assigned to the most physically demanding and dangerous tasks. Their treatment varies significantly depending on ownership and assignment circumstances, those belonging to the imperial household typically experiencing better conditions than those rented from private owners or contractors. Their presence reflects the fundamental reality of Roman infrastructure development, extraordinary achievements built partially through coerced labor within a slave society. This uncomfortable truth underlies the monumental engineering legacy visible throughout former imperial territories. Your responsibility includes coordinating these diverse labor categories with their different skills, motivations, and supervisory requirements. The management challenge extends beyond technical direction to encompass maintaining appropriate status distinctions, resolving conflicts between groups, ensuring productivity across different incentive structures, and integrating specialized contributions into coherent project progress. This human management dimension often proves more challenging than the engineering calculations or administrative documentation. As stone-laying operations begin, the physical demands of Roman road construction become starkly evident. The surface layer, summum dorsum, typically consists of large flat stones precisely fitted to create a durable traveling surface. Each stone requires quarrying, rough shaping, transportation to the construction site, final adjustment, and placement in proper position. The cumulative labor represented by this process, multiplied across thousands of miles of imperial roads, staggers modern imagination, particularly considering the limited mechanical assistance available. The quarrying operation, supporting Your project operates at a site approximately 3 miles from the construction area, selected for appropriate stone quality rather than proximity. A specialized team, including both military personnel and civilian experts, manages the extraction process, identifying suitable material, cutting blocks from the rock face, performing initial shaping, and preparing stones for transport. The operation requires significant technical knowledge regarding stone properties, cutting techniques, and efficient extraction sequencing. Transportation from quarry to construction site involves another specialized operation employing ox-drawn wagons designed specifically for stone transport. The loading process utilizes simple but effective mechanical advantages, inclined ramps, wooden rollers, and basic lever systems to manage stones often weighing several hundred pounds each. The transport route requires careful maintenance, ensuring firm surfaces capable of supporting heavily loaded wagons without becoming impassable during adverse weather. This logistics operation functionally limits the practical radius for stone sourcing despite Roman preference for optimal material quality. At the construction site, stones undergo final preparation before placement, additional shaping to ensure proper fit, surface texturing for appropriate traction, and positioning for efficient installation sequence. This work employs specialized stonemasons using iron, tools requiring regular maintenance and replacement, another logistics requirement within the broader construction system. The quality standards for this work balance pragmatic efficiency against durability requirements, with visible surfaces receiving more attention than hidden structural elements. The actual placement process demonstrates sophisticated coordination among multiple worker categories. Supervisors direct precise positioning according to engineering requirements. Teams operate simple lifting equipment, combinations of ropes, pulleys, and wooden frames to position heavier stones. Other workers prepare bedding materials, ensuring stable support and proper drainage. Still others mix and apply mortar where required for structural integrity. The operation resembles choreography more than random activity, with distinct specialized functions combining in coordinated sequence. This complex operation inevitably encounters practical challenges requiring field adjustments. A stone arrives from the quarry with unexpected flaws requiring rejection or repurposing. The prepared foundation reveals previously undetected instability requiring additional reinforcement. Weather conditions deteriorate, affecting material properties or working conditions. These situations demand immediate decisions balancing engineering standards against practical constraints, judgments drawing on both technical knowledge and experience-based intuition. Throughout these activities, safety concerns require continuous attention without benefit of modern protective equipment or regulated procedures. Workers handling heavy stones risk crushing injuries from shifting loads. Quarrying operations present dangers from falling rock, tool accidents, and extraction cave-ins. Transportation involves risks associated with animal handling and mechanical failures. The construction environment accepts substantially higher injury rates than modern standards would permit, reflecting different value calculations regarding human safety versus project efficiency. The physical toll extends beyond accident risk to cumulative impact of demanding labor. Workers regularly lift loads exceeding recommended limits by modern occupational standards. Repetitive motions create joint and muscle damage accumulating over time. Environmental exposures, extreme temperatures, dust, noise affect long-term health without mitigation measures. These impacts vary significantly across labor categories, with enslaved workers typically experiencing the most severe conditions, while skilled specialists receive greater protection through assignment selection and authority over working methods. Beyond physical challenges, the construction process creates distinctive psychological environments shaped by multiple factors: military discipline structures among legionary and auxiliary personnel, complex status hierarchies between different worker categories, performance, pressures from supervisory oversight, and personal investment varying dramatically between voluntary participants and coerced laborers. These psychological dynamics influence both individual experience and collective productivity, requiring management attention alongside technical and administrative concerns. The midday break brings administrative requirements competing with physical rest needs. You review progress measurements, comparing completed work against daily targets and identifying potential schedule implications. Supply officers provide updates on material deliveries, highlighting potential shortages requiring work plan adjustments. Messages arrive from regional headquarters containing various information requests, authorization updates, and affecting ongoing operations. These administrative interruptions consume valuable daylight hours but maintain essential connection between field operations and broader organizational systems. Afternoon operations resume, with focus shifting to complementary road elements beyond the primary traveling surface. Workers install curbstones defining the road edges and providing structural reinforcement. Others construct roadside drainage channels, ensuring water movement away from the prepared surface. Another team prepares foundations for milestones that will eventually mark distances and provide directional information. These elements transform the simple stone surface into functional infrastructure integrated with broader transportation and communication systems. As work continues, you receive notice that a senior provincial official plans to inspect progress tomorrow, creating both opportunity and challenge. The visit allows demonstration of effective project management, potentially advancing your professional standing, but also creates scrutiny risk if deficiencies are identified. This news triggers intensified quality inspection of completed sections, accelerated documentation organization, and preparation of progress briefing materials. The response demonstrates how imperial hierarchy influences field operations through accountability expectations. The day's declining hours bring reduced physical energy but continued productivity requirements. You adjust work assignments to match decreasing stamina, shifting toward less demanding tasks while maintaining overall progress. Supervisors provide additional oversight, compensating for fatigue-related attention reduction. The work rhythm demonstrates adaptation to human physiological limitations within a system lacking mechanical alternatives for most labor requirements. This practical management of human energy resources reflects experiential knowledge accumulated through centuries of Roman construction practice. As daylight fades, activity transitions toward closure and preparation for the following day. Teams secure tools, materials, and equipment against potential overnight weather or theft. Supervisors conduct final inspections, identifying any issues requiring immediate attention before work cessation. Administrative staff complete daily documentation recording labor utilization, material consumption, progress measurements, and incident reports. These closure activities ensure both physical readiness for resumed operations and administrative continuity, supporting broader project management. The evening brings limited recovery time for the workforce before the cycle resumes. Military personnel return to organized accommodations with established support systems, regular meals, basic medical attention, structured rest periods. Civilian workers receive varying arrangements depending on origin and status, some returning to nearby communities, others residing in temporary accommodations near the construction site. Enslaved laborers experience the most restricted conditions, with minimal accommodations focused on maintaining basic working capacity rather than comfort or well-being. This daily cycle repeats through changing seasons, weather conditions, and personnel rotations, creating the sustained effort necessary for infrastructure implementation. The road gradually extends across the landscape, each day adding another small segment to the eventual connection between Nemausus and the broader provincial network. The incremental nature of progress requires maintaining motivation despite seemingly endless repetition, a challenge addressed differently across worker categories through combinations of discipline, incentives, coercion, and purpose identification. This sustained effort eventually creates infrastructure remarkable for both engineering quality and historical durability. Roman roads routinely remained functional for centuries with minimal maintenance, some segments continuing in use today after 2 millennia. This exceptional longevity resulted directly from labor-intensive construction methods applying sophisticated engineering knowledge through meticulous implementation. The durability represents human effort transformed into physical legacy, countless individual labor contributions combining to create enduring infrastructure. The labor organization enabling this achievement reflected characteristic Roman pragmatism, combining different worker categories according to their availability, capabilities, and cost, rather than applying rigid, ideological templates. Military engineering provided technical expertise and organizational structure. Provincial obligations supplied additional workforce capacity through various arrangements from voluntary employment to mandatory service requirements. Slave labor filled remaining gaps, particularly for tasks requiring minimal skill but substantial physical exertion. This hybrid approach balanced practical needs against available resources while maintaining necessary quality standards. The resulting human cost remains difficult to calculate but unquestionably substantial. Mortality and injury rates throughout the construction process significantly exceeded modern safety expectations, with risk distributed unequally across different worker categories. Physical deterioration through repetitive stress, environmental exposure, and cumulative trauma affected thousands of individuals, contributing to imperial infrastructure. The personal sacrifice embedded within Roman engineering achievements rarely appears in historical celebrations of these accomplishments, yet represents essential context for understanding their true cost. Beyond physical impact, the labor requirements for Roman infrastructure created broader social effects throughout provincial regions. Military deployment for construction projects affected security arrangements and local power dynamics. Labor obligations altered economic patterns in affected communities, sometimes disrupting agricultural cycles or local construction activities. Employment opportunities attracted workforce migration, changing settlement patterns and cultural mixing. These secondary effects demonstrate how infrastructure projects functioned not merely as engineering operations, but as significant interventions in provincial social and economic systems. The road project outside Nemausus thus represents intersection between imperial ambition, engineering expertise, administrative capacity, and human labor, a microcosm of the process creating Rome's extraordinary infrastructure legacy. The daily progression from quarry to construction site to finished roadway demonstrates practical manifestation of abstract imperial power, converting political authority and technical knowledge into physical transformation of provincial landscapes. This conversion required countless individual efforts coordinated through organizational systems, balancing standardization with adaptation to local conditions. As you complete preparation for tomorrow's inspection visit, review project documentation, and finalize the following day's work assignments, consider how your role connects individual labor to imperial strategy. The engineering decisions, resource allocations, and workforce management under your authority translate broad policy objectives into specific physical outcomes. This intermediary function, converting strategic direction into tactical implementation, characterizes Roman governance throughout the imperial system, creating the operational capacity underlying Rome's extraordinary territorial control and infrastructural achievement. The stone-by-stone construction process outside Nemausus reveals fundamental truths about Roman infrastructure development. Achievement through sustained human effort rather than technological shortcuts. Quality through meticulous implementation of accumulated knowledge. Durability through investment in proper materials and methods despite higher initial costs. Adaptation through practical flexibility within standardized approaches. These characteristics created the remarkable engineering legacy visible throughout Former imperial territories, a physical manifestation of Roman governance philosophy emphasizing methodical implementation over dramatic innovation. Yet questions inevitably arise about this distinctive approach to infrastructure creation. How did Rome maintain the organizational capacity to implement consistent engineering standards across vast distances and diverse environments without modern communications technology? What balance between technical necessity and surplus labor? Absorption motivated the intentionally labor-intensive methods characteristic of imperial construction projects. And perhaps most fundamentally, how might we properly assess achievements simultaneously representing extraordinary engineering accomplishment and substantial human cost through inequitable labor practices? The answers to these questions reveal much about both the impressive capabilities and inherent contradictions of Roman infrastructure development. The provincial inspection visit concludes successfully, with your road section receiving favorable assessment from the visiting official. His departure brings momentary relief, but minimal respite from ongoing responsibilities. As construction continues expanding the network, another dimension of Roman infrastructure management emerges: the perpetual maintenance requirements following initial completion. This essential but often overlooked aspect reveals how Rome's engineering achievements depended not merely on impressive construction, but on sustained organizational commitment transcending individual projects. Your responsibilities now expand to include oversight of maintenance operations for previously completed road sections while continuing new construction. This dual focus reflects Roman infrastructure management reality, existing networks requiring continuous attention alongside ongoing expansion. The maintenance challenge grows proportionally with infrastructure development, eventually consuming greater resources than new construction as networks mature. This cumulative burden represents the hidden cost of infrastructure ambition, creating perpetual obligations offsetting transportation benefits. The maintenance organization demonstrates characteristic Roman systematization of recurring responsibilities. Regional road sections receive designated maintenance assignments with specific accountability chains. Military units retain primary responsibility for strategic routes, while provincial communities assume maintenance obligations for secondary connections through various formal arrangements. Financial responsibilities follow similar divisions, with imperial treasury supporting primary networks while provincial taxes and local resources maintain secondary systems. This structured approach creates coverage while distributing burdens across multiple funding sources. Regular inspection protocols form the foundation of this maintenance system. Military surveyors conduct quarterly assessments of primary routes, documenting surface conditions, drainage functionality, structural integrity, and supporting elements like milestones and bridges. Provincial officials perform similar evaluations of secondary networks, often delegating responsibilities to local elites serving various administrative functions. These inspections generate standardized reports flowing upward through provincial bureaucracy, creating accountability pressure for addressing identified deficiencies. Maintenance activities range from routine to substantial depending on identified conditions. Basic interventions include clearing drainage channels, removing vegetation encroachment, replacing damaged milestones, and filling minor surface depressions. More significant operations involve resurfacing deteriorated sections, rebuilding collapsed, retaining walls, restoring undermined foundations, and repairing bridge elements. The most extensive interventions occasionally require complete reconstruction of failed road segments, following original engineering standards but addressing identified design weaknesses. The workforce conducting these maintenance operations differs somewhat from original construction teams. While military engineers maintain involvement for technical oversight and quality control, the labor composition shifts toward greater civilian participation through various institutional arrangements. Maintenance stations, stationaries, established at regular intervals along major routes, provide both facilities and personnel for for ongoing attention to assigned sectors. These permanent operations contrast with the campaign-like organization of initial construction, creating institutional continuity supporting long-term infrastructure preservation. In provincial contexts like Gallia Narbonensis, local communities bear substantial maintenance responsibilities through formal obligations attached to land ownership and citizenship status. These requirements manifest through multiple mechanisms: direct labor contributions during designated maintenance periods, financial assessments supporting dedicated maintenance funds, and material provisions supplying necessary resources. The distribution of these obligations reflects both practical logistics and political considerations, with burden allocation becoming an occasional source of dispute between communities and provincial administration. Your expanded oversight role includes supervision of a maintenance station responsible for approximately 20 miles of completed roadway. This facility houses essential equipment, basic materials for routine repairs, and documentation tracking both condition assessments and completed interventions. The station's permanent staff includes specialists in various maintenance functions, supplemented by rotating personnel assignments from military units and periodic labor contributions from local communities. This organizational structure creates institutional memory regarding specific road section characteristics, historical problem patterns, and effective intervention approaches. The administrative requirements for maintenance operations match those of new construction in procedural complexity while demanding greater geographical distribution. Condition documentation must address extensive network sections rather than concentrated construction zones. Resource allocation requires balancing competing needs across numerous simultaneous maintenance priorities rather than sequential construction phases. Personnel management involves coordinating distributed workforces operating semi-independently rather than concentrated teams under direct supervision. These challenges often make maintenance administration more complex than new project management, despite receiving less recognition. The documentation burden becomes particularly evident in financial accounting for maintenance operations. Expenditures must be categorized according to multiple overlapping classifications: routine versus extraordinary interventions, imperial versus provincial funding sources, military versus civilian implementation, and various technical categories determining appropriate authorization levels. The resulting administrative complexity creates substantial overhead requirements but enables essential accountability across widely distributed operations and diverse funding sources. This systematic approach distinguishes Roman infrastructure maintenance from the more episodic patterns characteristic of many pre-modern governance systems. Weather events frequently trigger maintenance responses beyond regular scheduled interventions. Heavy rainfall causing localized flooding requires immediate drainage clearing to prevent structural damage. Winter freeze-thaw cycles create surface deterioration, demanding prompt attention to prevent exponential degradation. Storm damage to bridges or culverts necessitates emergency repairs, maintaining critical connection points within the broader network. These reactive interventions disrupt planned maintenance schedules but receive priority to preserve overall system functionality. Resource limitations create inevitable prioritization challenges within maintenance operations. Available funding rarely suffices for addressing all identified deficiencies, requiring systematic assessment of relative importance based on multiple factors: route, strategic significance, traffic volume, deterioration severity, failure consequence, and available alternatives. These assessments involve both technical engineering judgment and broader administrative considerations regarding regional priorities and resource allocation. The resulting decisions balance immediate intervention against longer-term degradation risk, creating perpetual tension between competing maintenance demands. The quality standards applied to maintenance work generally match those of originals construction, maintaining Roman engineering emphasis on durability and functionality. Repair materials must meet specifications comparable to initial construction components. Restoration techniques must comply with established engineering practices, rather than expedient shortcuts. Documentation requirements maintain similar rigor for maintenance interventions as for new construction. This quality emphasis sometimes conflicts with resource limitations and urgency pressures, but remains fundamental to Roman infrastructure. Longevity. Technical knowledge transmission becomes particularly important within maintenance contexts, where practical experience with specific degradation patterns and effective interventions accumulates over decades of system operation. This experiential knowledge transfers through various mechanisms: detailed documentation of intervention histories, retention of experienced personnel in supervisory positions, apprenticeship arrangements, pairing veterans with newer workers, and occasional technical manuals addressing common maintenance challenges. These knowledge preservation practices enabled consistent maintenance approaches despite personnel turnover and geographical distribution. The maintenance burden grows inexorably as infrastructure expansion continues throughout the province. Each new road mile creates perpetual maintenance obligation. Each bridge establishes permanent inspection requirement. Each culvert demands ongoing monitoring. These cumulative responsibilities eventually constrain further expansion possibilities through resource consumption, creating inevitable tension between network growth ambitions and sustainability requirements. This tension becomes increasingly apparent in late imperial periods when maintenance demands sometimes exceed available resources despite continued political emphasis on infrastructure functionality. Political factors frequently influence maintenance. Prioritization alongside technical considerations. Routes connecting influential communities or serving powerful regional interests often receive disproportionate attention. Sections visible to important visitors or near administrative centers typically maintain higher condition standards than remote segments. Roads supporting current military priorities obtain resources more readily than those serving primarily commercial or administrative functions. These political dimensions sometimes undermine purely technical maintenance planning, but reflect the inevitable reality of infrastructure management within broader governance systems. Despite these challenges, Roman road maintenance achieved remarkable historical durability. Many routes remained functional for centuries, with relatively modest intervention compared to modern maintenance requirements. This longevity stemmed from multiple factors: initial construction quality creating robust foundation for subsequent maintenance, standardized designs enabling consistent intervention approaches, institutional continuity supporting sustained attention, and technical knowledge preservation ensuring effective methods application. The resulting infrastructure system maintained functionality through changing political circumstances and fluctuating resource availability. The maintenance system's administrative requirements created not only functional benefits, but political advantages through continuous physical manifestation of Roman governance. Each repaired milestone, each restored bridge, each resurfaced road section demonstrated ongoing imperial presence and capability. This visible evidence of administrative effectiveness reinforced Roman authority throughout provincial landscapes, creating tangible reminder of governance benefits for provincial populations. The political value sometimes justified maintenance, expenditures beyond strict economic calculation, recognizing infrastructure condition as governance legitimacy indicator. Beyond political symbolism, maintained infrastructure delivered substantial practical benefits, justifying continued investment. Reliable transportation supported military mobility, essential for provincial security with smaller deployed forces. Consistent commercial connectivity enabled economic development, generating tax revenue, offsetting maintenance costs. Administrative communication efficiency facilitated governance effectiveness throughout provincial territories. These functional benefits created positive feedback cycle where infrastructure maintenance generated resources supporting continued maintenance through enhanced provincial productivity. The Roman maintenance approach demonstrated characteristic integration of centralized standards with distributed implementation. Engineering specifications and quality expectations emerged from centralized knowledge development and imperial policy, while implementation responsibility dispersed across military units, provincial officials, and local communities. This hybrid model balanced consistency advantages against practical necessity for distributed action across vast territories without modern communication capabilities. The resulting system maintained remarkable functionality despite sometimes substantial deviation from theoretical ideals. As your career progresses from new construction toward increasing maintenance responsibility, you experience the professional transition characteristic of maturing infrastructure systems. Initial engineering challenges focus on design optimization and construction efficiency, while later career stages emphasize deterioration pattern recognition, intervention timing optimization, and resource allocation across competing priorities. This evolution requires developing different knowledge and skill emphases from creation to preservation, reflecting the changing needs of established versus developing infrastructure networks. The historical record suggests Roman engineering careers followed similar patterns, with documentary evidence showing distinction between officials responsible for new projects, typically prefaced as ex operibus novis, versus those focused on restoration and repair, described as ex operibus vetustis. This specialization enabled development of distinct expertise appropriate for different infrastructure phases while maintaining consistent engineering principles across both domains. The resulting professional continuity supported infrastructure longevity through accumulated knowledge regarding both construction and maintenance best practices. The organizational systems supporting Roman infrastructure maintenance demonstrated remarkable historical resilience, often continuing effective operation despite political disruptions at higher governance levels. Local maintenance arrangements frequently persisted through leadership changes, provincial reorganizations, and even dynastic transitions. This institutional durability created continuity, enabling infrastructure preservation despite sometimes turbulent political environments. The resulting maintenance capacity represents one of Rome's most significant administrative achievements, creating systems capable of sustaining essential functions across generations despite inevitable political fluctuations. This resilience becomes particularly evident when examining road system transitions during the later imperial period. As central administrative capacity gradually diminished, maintenance responsibility increasingly devolved to local and regional authorities. The fundamental systems, inspection protocols, technical standards, resource allocation mechanisms, and accountability structures continued functioning with modifications adapting to changing circumstances. This adaptability demonstrates how thoroughly institutionalized maintenance practices had become throughout provincial territories, creating self-sustaining systems partially independent from central imperial administration. The ultimate testimony to Roman maintenance effectiveness appears in the remarkable historical persistence of their infrastructure. Many Roman roads continued functioning as primary transportation routes for centuries after imperial governance ended. Some segments remain visible and occasionally still usable nearly 2 millennia after construction. This extraordinary durability stemmed not merely from initial construction quality, but from sustained maintenance systems supporting preservation through changing political, economic, and social conditions. The roads literally outlived the empire that built them, creating physical legacy extending far beyond Rome's political existence. This historical persistence raises important questions about Roman infrastructure approaches. How did maintenance systems designed for imperial administration successfully transition through political fragmentation to continue functioning under different governance structures? What institutional characteristics created the remarkable durability enabling continued operation despite diminished central coordination? And perhaps most fundamentally, what balance between technical engineering quality and organizational sustainability created infrastructure outlasting its creating civilization by more than a millennium. The answers to these questions reveal much about both Roman practical achievement and the relationship between physical infrastructure and governing institutions. As you supervise both continuing construction and expanding maintenance operations outside Nemausus, your daily experience encapsulates this fundamental duality of Roman infrastructure development, the impressive engineering accomplishment visible in new construction alongside the persistent organizational commitment manifested through maintenance systems. Together, these elements created the remarkable Roman road network that transformed provincial landscapes, facilitated imperial governance, enabled economic integration, and established transportation patterns influencing European development for centuries thereafter. The road segment under your supervision represents both immediate implementation of current imperial priorities and contribution to infrastructure legacy extending far beyond contemporary political circumstances. The engineering decisions, resource allocations, and organizational systems you implement will influence provincial development long after your personal involvement ends. This connection between present action and future impact characterizes Roman infrastructure development throughout imperial territories, creating enduring physical manifestation of Roman governance, outlasting the political structures that initiated it. The maintenance requirements already emerging in your recently completed road sections reveal the perpetual nature of infrastructure commitment, the never-ending attention necessary for preserving engineering achievements against natural deterioration processes. This eternal maintenance challenge created administrative burdens, sometimes rivaling initial construction efforts, but proved essential for establishing Roman infrastructure's extraordinary historical durability. The resulting legacy appears not just in surviving physical structures, but in the profound influence Roman engineering practices exerted on subsequent infrastructure development throughout Europe and beyond. As night falls over the province, with maintenance crews returning from their distributed assignments and construction teams securing their ongoing project sites, consider how this dual focus, creation and preservation, defined Rome's distinctive approach to infrastructure development. The engineering ambition visible in new projects balanced against the methodical commitment demonstrated through maintenance systems. The technical innovation applied to construction challenges complemented by organizational systems supporting preservation. The impressive scope of infrastructure networks matched by sustained attention to individual components within these extensive systems. This balanced approach, ambitious yet methodical, innovative yet systematic, expansive yet detailed, created the Roman infrastructure legacy visible throughout former imperial territories. The roads that have endured for centuries, the bridges still standing after 2 millennia, the aqueducts continuing to impress modern engineers, all testify not merely to technical accomplishment, but to organizational achievement, the creation of systems capable of both implementing impressive infrastructure and maintaining it across generations. This combination of engineering excellence and institutional durability represents Rome's distinctive contribution to infrastructure development, establishing approaches whose influence extends into modern practice despite vast technological differences.